Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth and final day here in Potchefstroom JB Marks Oval is about to commence for the first of two unofficial test matches between South Africa A and New Zealand A. A stunningly detailed graphic from our Pitch Vision production team showing you all the details from the first innings and now into the fourth. A Reese Mariu 249 partnered by a Dale Phillips 100 and a captain's half century gives New Zealand a 607 for 7 and all those 7 wickets from the arm of Tsepo Ndwandwe, the left arm spinner. South Africa A in response had a wonderful flair-filled innings from Marcus Ackerman, their captain, who fell on 69. Matt Fisher, destruction job alongside Adi Ashok, the leg spinner, see South Africa on 221. They were trailing by 371 and we all thought South Africa will be back to bat again, but no. New Zealand thought to bat for another 20 overs. Skalk Engelbrecht rewrote his first innings woes and took 4 for 47. And here we are now to start day number 4 with a very strong partnership between Zubair Hamza and Jordan Herman. It's currently on 103. South Africa need to bat for 95 overs. And in theory, they need 392. Welcome to Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. My name is Bendulo Makubane, bringing you this commentary. Gert Maloney will be joining us later, but to start us off, it will be myself and Mr. Ken Borland.
Good morning, Pendulo, and good morning and good evening if you're in New Zealand to all our listeners. It's certainly better weather today than we started with yesterday. Still a fair amount of cloud around, a little bit gloomy, but windy, as you can hear on the effects microphone there, and blowing more westerly than northwesterly today, I would say. And so the leg spinner, Ashok, is going to bowl from the JB Marks Oval end, JB Marks end, with the wind helping him. Well, he's blowing into the wind, but it's going to help him drift the ball into the left-hander.
Gone! First delivery from Adi Ashok does the trick. Explosive turn from Adi Ashok. Jordan Herman didn't know what to do, and what a snorter to receive first up in the day.
Well, I fancy this was that drift. I think it almost yorked Jordan Herman. Just came zooting in on the angle, and he seemed to play over the top of it. Let's have another look. Oh no, there was turn as well. Yeah, very good delivery, drift in, and then turning sharply as well. What a start to the day for New Zealand A.
For the first ball of the day, he went so hard at it, Ken. It was full and wide from Ashok, but look at that. His large gap between bat and pad. He looked to go way too big, way too soon. And when the ball is that full, we were speaking about it in the morning before the game starts, the patch of rough right up there, that's where the ball landed from Adi Ashok. And it's unfortunate that Jordan Herman was not aware of that threat and he went big. And now he's gone for 57.
Two things. We've spoken before about Jordan Herman's tendency at the start of his innings. This is like the start of his innings, starting a new day, to go very hard at the ball. It's almost, I wonder if it's not like a nervous thing. Like until he gets settled, he kind of feels he really needs to go hard at the ball. And the second thing is that patch of rough that Ashok hit so well there is actually quite full. It shouldn't pose that much of a threat to batsmen who are duly aware of it and play it with a bit of caution. But as you said, Pendula, that was a really ambitious drive for the first ball of the day, and it's just given New Zealand a precious breakthrough, and South Africa backs to the wall straight away on the last day.
Taking momentum right from the beginning of the game here in New Zealand A. can even say that it's Herman who gave it away, because it's right up there. And as you said, it's those deliveries that don't give you much of a threat if you just play them with a bit of caution. Just look at that rough patch in front of Marcus Ackermans' open side. You can see down on the pitch between the 5-meter line where you see those two dots across the pitch. It's just dark strip running down towards the crease. And that's the area that Adi Ashok was able to hit, and it's a big threat for the left-handers for South Africa.
We've been a bit critical of Jordan Herman, but we must give Aditya Ashok a lot of credit. First ball of the day, landed it in a good spot and gave it a decent rip as well. So credit to him. He obviously had a very good warm-up before play started. He's performing right from the get-go.
It's a brave ball from Ashok to bowl first up. And now he's going to bowl to Marcus Ackerman. That's a much better way to play that delivery because it's identical from Ashok.
Yeah, zoning in on that rough patch again. So obviously going to be harder for the left-handers batting down this end than for the right-handers.
Well, this will be the last left-hander that New Zealand will be able to bowl to, right up until the very last batter in Tsepo Ndwandwe coming in at number 11. So Marcus Ackerman is going to have to deal with a lot of pressure. There's already a short leg because of the ball spinning back in towards him. That front foot defense can easily nab the inside edge if you get enough turn. But that's enough width to be driven away. It's going to be the first runs of the day for South Africa A.
Marcus Ackerman looked in absolute prime form in the first innings, was batting quite beautifully for his 69 off 52 balls when caught quite freakishly down the leg side by the wicketkeeper Mitchell Hay off the seam of Zach Fultz. But Ackerman's clearly going to be a key man if South Africa A are going to save this game. We've seen Ashok get nice drift into the left-handers using that wind, and now for the right-hander, he's got a slip and a backward short leg in place.
He becomes very problematic when he settles in, Zubair Hamza. So New Zealand will be hoping that they get another strike, but with Herman being dismissed on the first ball, there'll be more chances of both Ackerman and Hamza playing with a bit more caution. And so the start here for South Africa A is important to try and reverse this momentum, as New Zealand have started on the big front foot.
It's one way to take the rough out of play. End of the over, 108 for 2. And a great start for New Zealand A to this final day. Wicket with the first ball. Jordan Herman bowled.
Very first ball of the day, and then you now have to face Matt Fisher, chief destroyer in that first innings, getting 6 wickets, and he bowled equally as well in this second innings. His rewards have been few juxtaposed to his first, but if he continues bowling with the same intensity as he did, wouldn't be a surprise for him to see more wickets adding on to his tally. Lesego Senokwane. He was the first to fall in the hands of Matt Fisher. It was a full delivery outside that stump. Senokwane pushed at it, not with full conviction, and he popped the ball to short extra cover to give Matt Fisher his first wicket.
This is the end, the university end, where Matt Fisher did a lot of damage in the first innings, so he'll be happy to start from the northern end of the ground.
And clearly, bowling full has been the name of the game here for Matt Fisher. It's what he's been doing since day number 2. Wonderful set of Yorkers to get the wickets and good lengths to push. False strokes from the batters.
But it just shows the skills of the man that he's also had little periods when he's bowled almost like leg theory bowling, short with catches on the leg side and back.
He had extreme amounts of confidence yesterday, Matt Fisher. Had extreme amounts of confidence throughout the entire match, to be very honest with you. And when you are running in good nicks of confidence, you feel like any plan that you come about or any plan that the captain throws at you is a plan that you can easily execute. And if you watched the work of Matt Fisher yesterday, he executed it to an expert level. Short deliveries, hard to play. And full deliveries like those are directly in his plans as Hamza gets one.
Yep, the ball is definitely going 95% of the time where he wants it to go, which is a lovely feeling. As a bowler, right-left combination to deal with now in Hamza and Ackerman. And Fisher's going to switch to around the wicket to the left-hander. There's it's almost like a 4th or 5th slip in place, and then you can either call it a wide gully, I guess, or a short, deep backward point. Short, deep, what nonsense am I talking? A short backward point. A short, very backward point. What I mean, he's well behind square, but almost in a catching position.
It allows Matt Fisher to both bowl straight and to sometimes just give a little bit of width to try and draw false strokes of Marcus Ackerman, because it's known that he does enjoy playing his strokes, Marcus Ackerman, and is really good at it. In his first innings, those scoop shots were something to savor. Played 5 of them, all of them going for boundaries, Marcus Ackerman. And so that gully and that backward point, and opening up a huge gap between that backward point and cover in Joe Carter, inviting that big drive to the man standing in the deep.
That drive was squirted a little bit more off the edge than Ackerman probably wanted, and maybe that's why that fielder is there for that thick edge that flies behind square. But we see that even Marcus Ackerman, who I would call arguably the most aggressive top-order batsman in red ball cricket in the country, even he has not gone all guns blazing from ball 1 this morning. You can see he's been a little bit watchful. Yes, he did come down the wicket, but there was good reason for that, to take the rough out of the equation. Then it was just a push.
Here comes the short stuff from Matt Fisher. Zubair Hamza deals with it swiftly. He's currently on 48, Hamza. 29 completed. It's 110 for 2. It was a good ball from Hamza. It was coming back towards him as well. So he did well to just evade, because so easily you just feel tempted to play at those balls. And that's what we were talking about, that Matt Fisher has the ability to bowl for all sides of the wicket because of the field that has been given to him, and his confidence allows him to execute whatever plans that have been put in place. Such was the quality of that bouncer.
I remember late yesterday he bowled 2 bouncers in an over from the other end to Zubair Hamza. Both of them very nice and straight. Hamza dealt with them very well. He got under them well. But it's just a reminder that Fisher, he's not just a one-dimensional planner. He's got a lot of strings to his bow.
Tricks needs to be whipped out by Marcus Ackerman here as he deals with Adi Ashok, who has rough to play with. And he whips that. Take a bow. What a cracking shot from Marcus Ackerman for 6 runs.
That's a great shot by Ackerman, and that's what I mean about him being ultra aggressive. Ashok just missing his length by a little bit here, but Ackerman is so quick. And with the turn, gives it a really good thwack.
Even the birds thought good to fly away from the dangers of that ball. Such was the strike from Marcus Ackerman. Relatively poor ball from Adi Ashok, given how well he's been bowling. Wide, short. The birds run away from the hit.
Oh, Eddie.
There's that drift again. That previous shot, well, it did sound like a gunshot, so I'm not surprised the pigeons, the rock pigeons, all scattered. Perhaps Ashok dropped that first one a bit short because he thought Ackerman would come down the pitch again.
Speak of dumbing down the pitch. It's excellent batting and footwork from Marcus Ackerman. Ashok readjusts, and so does Ackerman.
I think Ackerman feels that he's in now. He's ready to launch. Didn't take him long, 8 balls. But it's a very nice controlled shot and good cricket thinking to take the rough out of the equation.
I think one of a bigger thing that's also going to help the left spinner determine the movement of the ball is that the dangers of drift is normally that the ball drifts opposite to the turn that you're going to get. But because the wind is so strong, blowing into the left-hander, the ball is forced to drift towards the spin. So you know that whatever happens, the ball is coming into you as the left-hander and there's nothing to push it away.
Yeah, definitely more effective when the drift is in opposing direction to the turn. Excellent bit of fielding by Simon Keane in the covers there.
And so it allows Ackerman to just smash the ball. He's toying with Adi Ashok here. If he drops it short, he stays in his crease and it's a half tracker. If he bowls it full, he dances down the track, it becomes a half volley. Wonderful batsmanship.
Superb. Ackerman has clearly identified, look, it's not a great delivery. It's very wide to start with and very short. But Ackerman identifying Ashok as a danger man today and taking the responsibility of taking him on, not allowing him to settle.
Oh, Eddie. Lovely there, Ed.
Excellent work from Marcus Ackerman to take 14 runs from that over. Adi Ashok was trying to find solutions. It just found the middle of Marcus Ackerman's bat. It's 124 for 2. And once you think about those short deliveries from Adi Ashok, what you speak about, Ken, that maybe he's trying to avoid the advancing down the track. And if he advances down the track, that ball will become an awkward length for Marcus Ackerman to deal with. And so if he pushes it even wider from Ackerman, if he advances it, the chances of him missing it are so much, and it will spin back straight to the gloves of Mitch Hay, the wicketkeeper, for an easy stumping. But if he doesn't advance, it's easy pickings.
Yeah, that really wide one could have been deliberate, as you say, aiming for the stumping.
Because where was it supposed to go? Where was he supposed to bowl? There's nowhere to bowl. Courtesy with the stop, but it's Matt Fisher who knows what needs to be done, and he's been doing it ever since he started bowling.
That one just kept down a little bit at the bottom of Zubair Hamza's bat. He, of course, experienced the misfortune in the first innings that his first delivery halfway down hit him on the shin, out LBW.
He's playing with much control. And I guess he's one of those players who's going to learn from those lessons. He's going to be wary that every once in a while it is going to keep low. And I think even the way he played that last shot was influenced by the ball keeping a bit low. Just hung back a little bit, pushed it through the covers.
Generally, when there's variable bounce, especially low bounce, you want to be getting forward more often than not. But that previous shot is a real strong point of Zubair Hamza. We spoke yesterday about how good he is on the drive, but just that little punch square of the wicket as well is a very good release shot for him.
Marcus Ackerman has been playing really well. He's playing highlight reel shots over the course of this tour. Even his connections, all of his connections are clean. And Matt Fisher, though, consistently bowling it in that area, he moves the backward point to the leg side. So maybe more of the short stuff might be coming from Matt Fisher.
Ackerman is a shortish man. Shortish batters normally deal a bit better with short pitch bowling.
Especially if they're skilled, as Ackerman. And if they're in good touch, as he's shown that he is. But I think it's important here for South Africa to just deal with Matt Fisher for the first 4 or 5 overs he's going to give in the early morning, because he's been by far the most threatening pace bowler. Zach Fawkes has tried to hold his own. Fisher has been operating in a different level, though. There's that short ball. Well controlled. And well played from Ackerman as well.
Well, I think Ackerman was trying to get that behind the square. And instead, it kind of looped a bit out in front of the square. If there'd been a square leg, could have been a very easy catch, but the square leg was out on the boundary, so I'm sure we'll see Fisher have another go with the short ball at Ackerman.
Ackerman signalled for a new bat just after he hit that hook shot. Unhappy with his equipment, so he gives it a change. It's the end of over number 31. 126 for 2. Look, there's a scheduled 91 overs throughout the day, and if the weather does hold up, we do get to around 85 overs for the day before the bad light cut kicks in at around 5:30 local time. And say we do get 90 overs, South Africa are currently batting at 4 runs to the over. If they are able to preserve their wickets and constantly bat at that rate, they get to 360. They need 372.
More to win, yeah. So the run rate is not really the issue for them. It's having wickets in hand through the day. They've only lost 2 in this innings, but it would really hurt that they lost one of their key batsmen to the first ball of the day, Jordan Herman, bowled by the leg spinner, Aditya Ashok, who is going to continue. And again, it's Ashok against the left-handed Marcus Ackerman. This is going to be very entertaining. Judging by the previous over where Ackerman took him for 6 and 2 fours.
And what helps this constant run rate is Marcus Ackerman being on the crease. because he's not afraid to score at well over a run per ball. That's what he's doing now. 17 from 15. That was he did in the previous innings, scoring 69 from 50-odd deliveries. And so if he continues being out there for as long as possible, the possibilities are endless.
We saw him get a double 100 in the West Indies. It's way better than a runner ball.
Oh, Eddie. Brilliant, Ed.
Ended up being 206 from just 170 deliveries. That's just 30 overs to accumulate 200 runs.
By yourself.
By yourself. And so he's a battle of interest for New Zealand to get rid of. They're going to come back and try to get 3, but it's going to be risky. Keeps it to 2.
And I like the way Ackerman also just varying his game plan. He's been going down the ground previously to Ashok. This time brings out the sweep. Something else for the bowler and captain to think about in the field.
And he didn't pull out much of the sweep shots in the first innings. He was rather scooping the ball to take it over to the boundary for 4. And then that would force the bats bowlers to bowl a little bit short and a little bit wide, and it would be easy for him to hit his natural strokes. But here it's a little bit harder. They're a bit more disciplined, New Zealand, eh? It's a good fielding effort from Ben Lister. But he thinks that he went over for a boundary. And it is the case. 4 runs for Marcus Ackerman.
He struggled to get there a bit, Lister. I thought he'd have it covered. But in the end, in the dive, he was legs on the rubbers, on the boundary cushions there, while in contact with the ball. So a nice little 4 for Ackerman.
That's why I was so relaxed as the ball was going. It looked like he was going to have it covered, Ben Lister. A tall, fast bowler. Not playing in this match. He's going to be playing in the next one, Ben, most likely, if he remains injury-free.
Lovely, Ed. Brilliant, Eddie.
It's good to see Reece Murray back on the field.
Beautiful, Ed.
He didn't bat yesterday and didn't come out to field in the final session, so Ben Lister's 12th man. He must be on for someone else.
Down. Keno. Brilliant, Keno.
Second good save by Simon Keane, and the cover's there, and you can hear Mitchell Hay, the wicketkeeper, giving him a bit of praise. To end the over, 132 for 2.
The wind was vicious yesterday. You spoke about how different the conditions are compared to yesterday. It was much darker, much more gloomier. By this time, we were already out for bad light. And we came back around about 30 minutes afterwards. And the wind was so bad, we couldn't even employ our stump mic yesterday throughout the whole day. So it's good that we can hear some bit of the action. We can hear the chatter. And we can see Zach Fawkes is going to come in for the first bowling change to replace Matt Fisher.
Yeah, and you can see from his figures that it's been a little bit of a struggle for him so far in the second innings. 5 overs, none for 21.
It's going to be slightly slower of pace from Matt Fisher. But don't be fooled and think that it's going to be a lesser of skill. Very skillful bowler, Zach Fawkes. Bowling to quite a skillful batter in Zubair Hamza. Was a single away from yet another first-class 50 this year.
Yeah, Fawkes took 9 wickets on Test debut in Zimbabwe, where pitches are generally fairly similar to Poch. I think that'll be his method, just trying to bowl pretty straight. He's got a strong inner ring of fielders. 4 on the offside. two fielders pretty straight in the ring on the leg side. And then boundary fielders, a deep cover, a fine leg, and a deep square leg. He's about 15 meters in from the boundary.
Pulled away. That's an extraordinary stroke from Zubair Hamza. Piling on the runs. That's yet another 50 for Zubair Hamza in first-class cricket this year. And he does it in fashion. Pulls it authoritatively. Zach Fawkes trying to dig it deep. Zubair Hamza looking for more runs.
Well, it's his third half century for South Africa A. He actually has a great record for the SAA side, which we'll get into after this delivery. Before this match, he'd played 13 games for South Africa A, 1,022 runs at an average of 60.11. Very good conversion rate, 300s and now 350s. High score of 222 not out. Zubair Hamza. So last season he had a bit of an issue with converting. I think he made 5 50s in the 4-day series. But there was some frustration on his part that he hadn't managed to get 100 yet. And then, he made that glorious century in the final, which his team, the Lions from Central Gauteng, thoroughly dominated against the Momentum Multiply Titans. But in the end, a lot of time out the game due to rain meant they had to share the title, and in no small part to a brilliant 100 by Luandre Pretorius for the Titans to save the game for them. End of the over, 137 for 2.
He's been having a good time with the red ball, Zubair Hamza. This year, he's batted 4 times. He's batted 5 times, my correction. He's batted 5 times in first-class cricket. The only time he didn't get us 50 this year in first-class cricket was 2 days ago when he got a hard delivery, trapping him LBW first ball. Apart from that, first game of the year against Boland, he scored 83. Second game of the year, he scored 62 versus the Dolphins, and he didn't lose his wicket. And then in that final, scoring that 103, finally converting his century. And so he's been in good touch. Did not get to play versus Zimbabwe earlier on this year. And he's showing why he wants to be playing. He's going to pull it to Matt Fisher, though. That is Josh Clarkson, rather. Now, first commentary change of the day sees Gert Maloney come to join us. Joins in a very interesting contest here between Marcus Ackerman and Adi Ashok. He's been playing an array of shots, Marcus Ackerman, and Adi Ashok has been trying his best to try and solve the puzzle.
Good heads.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pendulo. It's been a sad start, but fun to watch after that. The wicket of Jordan Herman. I just had a bit of issues with his headphones. They keep swirling around. Yesterday I got it stuck around my head as well. So it's been a tough start. Piling on the runs at the moment is South Africa. Look at that. Just whipped it around the corner. That's another fourfer. And looks like as soon as Ackerman came in, Zubair Hamza also said, hold on, let's get into the next gear.
Taking inspiration from his captain, Zubair Hamza. And Adi Ashok dropping that a bit shorter as well. See, now he has to deal with 2 issues. Adjusting the length for Zubair Hamza, who's playing differently than Ackerman, and adjusting the line as well because he's a right-hander compared to the left-handed Ackerman.
Oh, very quick single, very quick single.
Brilliant, Dale. Go good, Dale.
Almost one-day cricket at the moment that we're watching.
Can't help but feel as if South Africa are giving themselves a chance to try and chase the score down. Like we had a bit of a conversation yesterday when New Zealand came into bat, that it's about trying new things, these South Africa and New Zealand A series games, different combinations, and giving opportunity to all of your players. And it wouldn't be a surprise to see if South Africa can give themselves a shot of making a crazy chase of this 498 target.
Oh, playing a reverse sweep, but it looks like he sets up very early because Ashok threw that nice and wide. I think the message went out and say, guys, let's try and win this. Let's go for it. Oh, this one is pulled away. Does have protection there at deep square.
And Ackerman never holds back. You're always going to play his stroke. This over goes for 8 runs from Adi Ashok, 145 for 2. And even though they lost the wickets in that very, very first ball, it's a new platform that's being set by Hamza and Ackerman here with their partnership being on 39. And given how they continue playing for the rest hour and a half of this session, which should give us around 20 odd more overs from where we are now, it's going to give us an indication of where South Africa wants to take this innings of theirs.
Yeah, we said this first hour is going to set up where the game's going, and at the moment it's setting up both ways, isn't it? Early wicket for New Zealand A, and all of a sudden South Africa A has come in, scoring at a runner ball. Taking fantastic singles, scoring boundaries, putting New Zealand A in almost a defensive mode.
It's not what New Zealand would have expected after getting the wicket of Jordan Herman as well. But I'm sure they should have worked out plans if South Africa come in a defensive mindset to survive and draw the game. Or some offensive mindsets if South Africa come in and say that we're going to try and chase this down. Surely they have plans drawn out and what needs to be done.
In fairness, I think the defensive route, yes, and even the positive route, yes, but I don't think ever in their mind they thought in the first hour that South Africa will come out hard for them, as they've done. I think they thought they might have a steady start if they got wickets in hand. Then they might go at us a little bit, but the start that Ackerman has had, and also the gears Zubair Hamza went in as he joined him at the crease. He's got 2 guys on the fence, deep square about 10 meters off, and also a long leg, so that's maybe why I just pulled out that attempted hook. But as I said, Zubair Hamza just went into a different gear as well as soon as Ackerman joined him at the crease. It's just great to see that even though the wicket of a set batter fell, the positivity that the new batter brought in has got that influence on the other batsman. But Pendulo, in your opinion, where do you think, if you look at lunch, where do they want to be at lunch to make it a reasonable run chase? Just look there. If you look out there, there's the spot I put you on.
Probably going to add on 80 more runs if they continue playing the way they do. But if they add on another 100 from this point onwards, and importantly, keeping the wickets of both Zubair Hamza and Marcus Ackerman is going to be so important. Imagine you go out of tee, you want 250 and you need another 250 to win the game, and you have 2 sessions of batting, I think it's very reasonable to expect that in the next 20 overs, South Africa can add on 100 if they are playing the way that they're playing now.
Well, at the moment, they're batting at 4.2. So they'll get at least that 80 if they play the 20. So I agree with you. If they can get up to, I would say, if they can get up to 280 before lunch, that would give them just over a 200 to get in the next 2 sessions. More than realistic. But very true what you said, the wickets column. That's the one that's going to determine where this game is going to go to. New Zealand A knows they need to pick up a couple of wickets. We look at Rivaldo Munsami still to come. He can really add on. He's not someone who's just able to knock it about. He can clear the fence.
South Africa have added 41 runs in the 8 overs that they've played. So this partnership is going at around 5 runs to the over. It's 147 for 2 after 35. So they've added 41 runs in their past 8 overs that we've played this morning. And so that's around 5 runs to the over. And so I really believe that the 100 is a very reasonable target because it's just constant with the rates that this partnership is at. It's being played at a rate slightly higher than the total innings required or achieved rate of 4.2, being played at 5. So you really now come back, you have 252 runs to win. Doesn't sound too bad with 60 overs in hand.
So we see a bowling change coming in. See Carter just having a bit of a conference there with the new bowler Lennox. So I'd maybe just try something different with these 2 batters. Really taking a liking to Adi Ashok.
And it's a good change. Jaden Lennox can hold it together, but yesterday went for a bit of a tapping.
Oh! Nice start, Len.
Oh, you can just hear on the stump mic there from the keeper. Good start. Very happy with the start. He's got a slip in place. I like that. And also they continue with that short mid-wicket and short extra cover. Big appeal. Oh, you can just see a slight movement from the umpire, just signaling that it's just sliding down a tad.
That's what he can bring for you, Jaden Lennox. He's a bit fuller, a bit slower than Adi Ashok. It's a good ball, that.
Because he's bowling very attackingly, that ball just pitching outside the leg stump.
And unfortunately for him, that the wind has dropped down significantly. You can barely hear it through the stump mic. And what that wind was allowing to do, Gert, is it was blowing against where he's spinning the ball. So he's trying to spin the ball into the right-hander, away to the left-hander. So if that wind was still as strong with the speed that he's bowling at, the ball would drift slightly away from the right-hander and spin back into them, and slightly away from the left-hander and then spin away to them.
So yeah, the wind has dropped significantly. Every now and again you can hear a little bit of a gush.
Great pointing it out, Gert. Does spin it the same direction as Ashok. So the ball will be drifting towards the spin.
Except for the left-hander. That's the one they want, where the ball actually drift in and then continue with its line. If he bowled from the other end, that's where it would really help him with that crosswind, because then he would actually get able to use the wind and then turn it So for the right-hander, then the drift will come into play. Here, it was more bowling it into wind and getting a bit of dip. And that might just give that false sense of playing it on the full and then sneaking underneath or hitting the pad on the full. That's the end of the over. It's the end of the Lennox over after 8. Bigger part after 7 overs. He's bowled. He's conceded 28. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet. And it's approaching that 150 for SAA. 149 for the loss of 2 after 36. Still going at a 4 runs to the over. That over of Lennox just slowed things down a tad. Might just want to have a look what purchase he's getting, because we saw at the end of the day yesterday bowling from the varsity and he actually had a bit of bounce and turn the area, the side where Fox is coming from.
He just had one poor over yesterday, Jaden Lennox, which is why his figures look a bit obscure. Saying he's bowling well, yet he's going just under 5 runs to the over. It was just that one over from Jordan Herman where he took him apart for 16, 4 consecutive 4s. Prior to that, he had only conceded 18 from his 5. That pushed up to 34 from 6. So it doesn't change, that one over doesn't change the fact that Lennox has been bowling really good. He's going to need good support here from Zach Folks, which seems to be the case the way he's starting.
Yeah, we had a discussion just as the game started, talking about the pitch. It's still looking good. There's a few marks here and there, but not a big influence. I wouldn't mind seeing them changing sides with Adi Ashok. Just give it a go. With that crosswind, he might also get it drift away from the left hand and then turn it back in. Have him and Lennox bowl in tandem a little bit. See if they can't, although they're turning it the same way, because of the wind and because of the pitch conditions, I feel it will give you something different.
It's always tricky when you get bilateral movement going opposite directions. You always have to think a little bit more and a little bit harder as a batter, especially if it's going to be happening on both sides of the pitch. Finger spinners and wrist spinners generate different revolutions through the ball. They bowl at different speeds, so the effects of the drift and the spin will also be different. And so you can't expect that the leg spin of Adi Ashok is going to drift and turn the same way the left arm spin of Lennox is. And so I think it's a great point that you'll bring out here, Gert, that just mess up the South Africans a little bit. Have the spinners in tandem, have them use that bilateral movement that the wind is going to give them alongside the surface.
And also, if they make life a little bit hard, as we see a slow ball bouncer by Zach Folks, that might be something that we see more often, with the ball now being 37 overs old. That might just be something that's used a bit more, is the slower deliveries. We might see Keane coming in a little bit earlier than he did yesterday. Still got to see Matt Fisher come in again for his second spell as well from this end. But we're talking about time as well. What the two spinners does, it eats away at the time and the overs left. So they might just get that run rate and just put it out of the reach of the South Africans, saying there's just not enough time to get the runs unless we go really hard, and then mistakes might happen. It might go in your favor, but also might backfire if you go really hard at them. So 37 gone. The 150 is up for SAA. 2 wickets down is the important statistic to watch, because that will determine how hard they go at the end at this mammoth 498 they need to get.
It's good that they are respecting the good bowling being bowled here by New Zealand. Zach Folks, pretty tight. Just as tight as Jaden Lennox here. gonna
This is up and over.
Good, Len.
It's 4 runs. Just shows the positive intent by Marcus Ackerman.
If it's there to be hit, it is going to be hit. It's going to be positive looks for Jaden Lennox as well, knowing that Marcus Ackerman is looking to attack him. But he's in fine touch. The fielder's there at backward point, almost standing at a fine gully.
Oh, Len.
So he's there for those particular shots from Marcus Ackerman. You have a short, fine leg as well for whatever scoop or whatever sweep shot he's going to play. But the fact that he still finds the gap and brave enough to attack the fielder is confident batting.
Oh, lovely, Len. Really nice, boy.
It's just lovely whip. And you can immediately see when there's confidence in the batting. This one just getting over it and whipping it through. Not just a conventional on drive. There's a bit of wrist. We know that Subir and Marcus Ackerman don't mind flicking the wrist at the ball.
Oh, Len. Leno. Lovely, Leno.
Hamza's wrists are made of water. So fluid. He's a wonderful strokes player to watch once he gets into that full swing, which is close to here in this innings. But like Ken had said,
Brilliant cut.
for him now, it's as if 50s are the benchmark. And the next thing, the next big step to make the loudest of noise is changing those into triple figures. He already has 6 50s. Combining last season, starting in November, up until now. So you can say that in the stretch of the past 12 months of him playing first-class cricket, he's gotten those 650s, he's gotten 100, and averages well over the 60s. It's 156 for 2.
And the partnership has reached 50 as well between these two. So wicket first ball up this morning, and then all of a sudden a 50 partnership just put together by Zubair Hamza and Marcus Ackerman. So well done to the captain and one of the most experienced players in the team.
Leading run scorer of the 4-day series 2 seasons ago, Marcus Ackerman at an average of 51 for the Dolphins. He's a really good player. Zubair Hamza, we've been talking about him over the past of the previous over, how well he's been going. But I like how he is not attacking any of these short balls. It's as if in his mind, he's put an asterisk on all short balls that I am not going to go out this way. I'm not going to attack it. And he keeps letting them go.
Yeah, he sees the trap that is set there. They even have a man at 45. There's also there just for the miss hit. There's got someone there at in front of square. They got deep square and then also a long leg on the fence. So if he's going to go for it, he's got to hit it pinpoint between those two.
And the dangers of Zach Folks not being as quick as and Matt Fisher, for instance. There's a high risk of playing the shots a little bit earlier than what you should. If the ball does hold up, especially now that it's a 4-day-old surface, there's a chance that he might not get to the bounce and to the pace of the ball correctly to play it well enough, and then it pops over to the top where it doesn't make distance to the boundary.
And then also the other thing is the ball's not being as hard as it used to be. You almost feel you got to give it some extra elevation, and then you are in danger of hitting underneath the ball instead of just through the line. And you give it more air than distance.
And given the fact that today is a day of either we're scoring a lot of runs, but predominantly we are surviving, we are not losing our wickets. That's the conversation in the South African camp. It's a good, safe approach, as he does it again. It's a good, safe approach, because eventually he will get the balls to score, which he has been getting.
Just coming around a little bit more. That long leg moves to a deep fine leg position. And then that 45 almost goes into a leg gully. Now more of about a fourth leg slip there.
I wouldn't be mad with Zach Fawkes trying to come around the wicket. He's already moving the ball into Hamza. I feel like if he comes around the wicket, you're coming from the right-hander's blind spot first and foremost. And because you're going to be moving the ball in towards him, he really gets cramped up for room. And so if you're going to be starting that short ball on that middle stump, it's going to be so harder for him to dodge it. It's more enticing to play the shot.
Oh, this time he played it in front of square. But nicely along the ground. Ball didn't come up as much as the others. It's just a one from the over from Zach Fawkes. A lot of work, a lot of short stuff there. Very good batting as well, very disciplined. After 39, it's 157 for the loss of 2 wickets.
The bowling changes have really been effective for New Zealand. The Lennox and Fawkes partnership with the ball has reeled in that run rate rather well for New Zealand, eh? Hamza and Ackerman acknowledging the two threatening bowlers who are not giving much away. And so they're not looking to take much away from it either because it's not there to be taken.
Again, just those wrists from Hamza. Working it. Just wide enough of that man at... well, he's halfway between mid-off and long-off. So we'll call him half-off.
If they continue working like this, just continues taking those singles now, because you've acknowledged that hitting boundaries of these gentlemen is not going to be easy.
Oh, went for that reverse again. Was very successful in the previous over.
See, it's not easy. That is a shot that he normally goes and plays very easily, Marcus Ackerman. It's the first time you can say he's mistimed a shot on his knees. Those sweeps, those scoops have been delectable from him. So if they do this, they still keep runs going.
Yeah, I think it's just doesn't matter what your outcome of the game is going to be today. Either going to go for it to win or go for the draw. Oh, nice quick single. I think it's all about just making sure that you still want to score runs. You're going to bog down somewhere, you're going to lose some concentration. Just make sure that you're still hungry for runs, even if it's fantastic singles like that. Keeping you awake, keeping you alive in the fight. Just keep going.
Big opportunity for big runs for these two gentlemen as well.
Oh, a delicate little shot. Are they going to turn for the second? Yes, he is. Folks just couldn't get there quick enough. But also, looking at the situation, if these two can score big runs from here in a winning or drawing scenario, the eyes of the selectors must go a bit wider looking at these two.
And there's so much interest in them as well. Zubair Hamza looked at as the prodigal son who hasn't made a seat in his home his. An incredible player who got his first chance and hasn't really reached that potential. That's the conversation around Hamza. Marcus Ackerman, the known talent ever since his days in the Lions. And with the runs that he's made this year, and with South Africa constantly searching for a pipeline of batters, he too now is in the talking, especially after that 200, Marcus Ackerman.
End of the 40th, 162 for 2.
Not A. Probably not
Oh,
A.
there was a couple of players in history. The one that I know immediately springs to mind is Rohit Sharma from India. Was also in and out and in and out. Then he goes to domestic, scores all he runs, but he just could not, as you mentioned, make a seat his own. And then all of a sudden, as he matured, as he reached that batting maturity, everything just clicked. And then, he kind of written his own legacy from there. So hopefully we're looking at two gentlemen that will do exactly the same.
And then the prime of their batting ages. You spoke of that being between the ages of around 26, going into the age of 32. Zubair Hamza currently 30 years old. So he's in that prime, and the numbers speak for themselves, to be very honest, if you have been listening. 50s on 50s on 50s, and now currently close to working his way to another 100 this year. Marcus Ackerman is 29 years old. So almost a year difference between the two players, 28, 29 and 30. And those are the years of where you understand your game the best. And so this might be the period of seasons where we are seeing the best of Ackerman and Hamza. And hopefully their best is good enough to get them a seat in that South African side, which is becoming hotly contested.
Oh, lovely wrists once again. This is worked down to a vacant third man. He won't catch up to it, sweeper. That's another boundary for Zubair Hamza.
There comes those fluid wrists from Zubair Hamza. Just opens up that face. It's intentionally played past Reece Murray at backward point. Josh Clarkson at deep cover was only going to collect that ball. Such wonderful positioning from Hamza as well. He was away from his stumps to just open up that legs, that offside. Not a bad ball from Zach Fawkes at all. Just all hands and all thinking from Zubair Hamza. Wonderful execution.
They've got a catching right on the crease. Right next to the pitch. You will see as Fawkes runs away from us now, you'll see that man on your right-hand side. Just there for the uppish drive.
Joe, come next to the pitch as well.
Dale Phillips, one of the better fielders, wearing that number 8, standing next to the crease. Joe Carter, he goes to join him, so now you have two fielders standing right next to the pitch to close down that V for Zubair Hamza. A very short extra cover, you'd say, and a very short mid-on.
Yeah, it's two short mids there right in front of the eye line of the batter. He's got to be thinking, I just need to chip it over. And his runs, and I think that's exactly the plan from Zach Fawkes.
Very risky going for that plan on the leg side, where it would be easier to actually play that because the ball is coming in to Hamza. You can see on that leg side, if he pops it over Dale Phillips, there's still Jaden Lennox standing at mid-on, Keane standing at mid-wicket.
Does also allow Fox to go really full at the batter. So if the drive's there, is covered in all areas. Now for the left hand, it'll be interesting to see if they keep the same field. Or does the plan change for Ackerman, who's been a little bit more aggressive?
And I think it's that aggression of Marcus Ackerman that's just going to prompt Joe Carter to be slightly more defensive towards him. Zubair Hamza doesn't mind playing within himself and just controlling the ball within his pockets of play. So the chances of playing it early will pop the ball to those mid wickets and the short cover. But with the expansive strokes for Marcus Ackerman, the chances are if you are looking for a catch, it's more likely to happen alongside that inner ring or further down in the boundary. So there's no need to have players close in.
One more delivery to go. There's Zach Volksover. He's 10th. And he closes it out with a dot. It's 167 after 41 for 2. As we have a commentary change, you'll see that Bendulu Mokobane is replaced by a man with an even deeper voice, Ken Borland.
And it's been a morning with plenty of action. South Africa A resuming on 106 for 1. We've had 14 overs in that first hour. They added 61 runs to their total, which is a good going. And all that after the absolute shock of losing a wicket to the first ball of the day. Jordan Herman, bowled by the leg spinner Ashok for 57. I'm Ken Borland, and alongside me is Gert Maloney. And Zubair Hamza going nicely, 71 not out. And he'll be facing the left-arm spinner Jaden Lennox.
Yeah, they still got a slip in place. I like the little bit of aggression. But the Rondebosch boys high over at Zubair Hamza and the St. lad, Marcus Ackerman, going well together. Played a lot of weeks against each other.
It's just interesting to watch Zubair Hamza playing the left-arm spinner, who's obviously turning the ball away from the right-hander. But he's also got to watch the arm ball, or the one that slides on straight and targets the front pad. And there you see he's set up. He's got a leg stump guard, and a lot of the time he actually even shuffles a bit further outside leg stump. Okay, it's about a middle and leg guard. But just watch his movements. Yeah, that time he stayed in line. But quite often he just goes a little bit leg side to try and access the offside, and also to get his front pad outside the line.
What a surprise to see a reverse sweep coming the next couple of deliveries.
Oh, Len.
Because he'll be hitting with the turn. We saw that earlier on as well from Marcus Ackerman.
And definitely a big gap, because I wouldn't even call it a short third man. It's more like a backward point in place. Nicely struck over the top, down the ground by Zubair Hamza. And that'll take him to 3/4 of 100.
That's when the little voice in your head goes, reverse what? I'll just hit it down the ground, get my 4 runs there. Thank you very much. Low risk cricket, high reward. Look at that, just a flick of the wrists. No one back there. But I must also say, Ken, that it's gotten a little bit darker than what we started off this morning.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's no blue sky to be seen.
Oh!
Nearly got into trouble playing that off the back foot, did Zubair Hamza, but he survives and gets a single.
Love that, Len.
Yeah, brings the left-hander on strike. There's a massive gap in cow corner. Might be just urging him to go for the slog sweep.
Lovely, Leno. Love it, Len.
Down to long on instead. If Ackerman did try and loft the left-arm spinner down the ground, and there's a bit of turn outside half of the bat, could go to long on, the fielder who just fielded there. It's the end of the over, though. 173 for 2.
Yeah, then the other reason why they would want to entice that shot is because then if the wrists roll a little bit as well, they've got a man at square leg on the fence. At deep square, so then all of a sudden that he becomes in play as well. So it's got to be a pinpoint shot. So we're going to leave it to you. You can go there, but it's going to be pinpoints. And as we see a bowling change, Josh Clarkson comes in for his first bowl in the last 2 days.
I think he's certainly worth a try. He's a big, strong seamer, can hit the deck hard, and there could be a bit of variable bounce on this final day. Looking at the pitch, none of the danger areas have really deteriorated much compared to yesterday. Obviously, the areas around the creases have deteriorated, but it's holding together pretty well, this pitch, as we thought it would, with that healthy covering of grass, albeit dead grass. But yeah, I think Clarkson's worth a go here. Just the umpires are consulting. Is it some ball repair work maybe? Yeah, just a bit of work to be done on the ball. Maybe a thread on the seam came loose.
You know, sometimes it's just a nick in the ball, and then they use the old trusted nail clippers just to take it off. But you don't just want to do it on your own. Have someone as a witness. You know, you don't want any nail clipper scandals.
Players shouldn't have nail clippers on the field, should they, Kat? What's going on in the VAR region?
Hey, you never know if you can crack a nail. You might just crack a nail. You never know what happens.
It's very much the umpire's job, I think. Leave it to them rather, just to avoid getting into trouble. So Clarkson will go around the wicket to the left-handed Ackerman, who's just slowed down a fraction. He was going better than around a ball. He's now got 37 off 41. And straight away, he did this in the first innings. He scooped and scooped Josh Clarkson like he was a tub of ice cream. And straight away, 2 runs down to fine leg.
Yeah, he must feel very comfortable because he feels that Clarkson will get a little bit more bounce than any of the other bowlers because we didn't see this against Zachary Folks. So he might just feel that this will just give it bounce a little bit more so you can get under it, you can get the elevation to get it at the scoop. You can just see that fine leg has gone in a bit finer as well now.
Yeah, a few wars there. That one just popped a bit off the bat. Safe enough, but Clarkson pulled his length back a bit there, and there was a little bit of a timing issue for Ackerman.
Clarkson, no real pace. He just bowls a bit of a heavy ball because he's a big guy. So he bowls a lot out of the shoulder. So he's nothing more than a gentle, maybe a 120, 125er coming at you. So it'd also be the reason why he's so comfortable to scoop him.
Yeah, well, I would say a similar cricketer for South African viewers would be a guy like Evan Jones. He shuffled across a bit, but I think that's still probably missing leg stump. That's probably what umpire Kulma feels. Certainly worth a shout.
Yeah, and that animated appeal was more of the fact that he got scooped in the first innings as well. More, I want this wicket. And yeah, international equivalent to that will be someone like a Jason Holder. Jason Holder maybe a little bit quicker. Also definitely a little bit taller. Or even Kieran Pollard.
Yeah, they're both more slightly more sort of athletic fast bowlers for me. Probably a little bit more pace. Holder not so much, but Marcus Ackerman, of course, will be celebrating a SA20 contract yesterday. Got picked up, I think it was 400,000 Rand or something, for what is now his home base in Durban. He'll be playing for the Durban Super Giants. End of the over, 175 for 2.
Anyone following the auction for the Mammoth SA20 coming up? There was one or two surprises and then one or two shocks as well, where the pot got bigger with certain players that weren't picked first up. Just shows you this stats. A lot of this is on stats. It's not just what they see. But we're in for another SA20 cracker.
Yeah, 3 players in this SAA starting 11 getting contracts. Marcus Ackerman, we mentioned. Rivaldo Munsami, dashing wicketkeeper batsman. And Tristan Luss, fast bowler, can also give the ball a good whack in the lower order, as well as in the squad, but not playing in this match, Tian van Vuren, the left arm quick. Left arm slow now from the JB Marks end. Jaden Lennox, and the ball slips through the fielder for a single.
It almost looked like Lennox wanted to go there as well. Him and Carter might have had a meeting of the minds there.
Yeah, I almost think Lennox could have fielded it without having to dive or anything. Over the wicket to the left-handed Ackerman. Slip in place. Oh, down the wicket, struck on the pads. It's quite straight. But maybe he got too far down for umpire Harris to feel confident about giving him out. You can see New Zealand are very disappointed.
Oh, I must go with New Zealand on this one. I think he's a bit lucky. Especially because it's on the full. It was about quarter down. It wasn't on the bootlaces either. So, I think he can be very, very lucky.
That could have gone either way for sure. We'll hopefully watch the replay again. The only thing that I think could have saved him was that he came a fair way down the pitch, and the umpire just not sure. But I don't think Marcus Ackerman could have had too many complaints if he had been given out.
Conversation continuing between umpire and bowler there. Everyone having a good laugh. It is day 4.
Leno. Len. Lovely, Len.
Just see the back end of it again there.
Lovely, Len. Go good, Len.
Yeah, I feel that he's lucky to be there. In fairness. But sometimes you get an inside edge, you get given out.
Nice, Leno.
Yeah, Marcus Ackerman would have been given out LBW when he was less out than that would have been. So, fair enough. I can understand why it was given not out, but it must have been a very close call. But Jaden Lennox was a bit expensive yesterday when he bowled, but he's been very good this morning so far.
The keeper, hey, just telling the umpire, if I was umpiring, that definitely would have been given out. No problem. Never met a keeper that has appealed that it was never out. It's always out when the keeper appeals.
Except these days with referrals, of course, it's very funny to watch a wicketkeeper jumping up and down, imploring for the decision, and then not reviewing.
That's not the keeper. That's a calibration that's off on the machines. That's why.
You haven't even reviewed. You don't know.
The keeper knows.
Put your money where your mouth is, Gloveman. Be brave. Take the review. Wicketkeeper, Hay, is up to the stumps now to Clarkson, bowling to Hamza, just getting a long leg, a bit finer, more of a fine leg now.
And Hay's got fantastic hands, so even the extra bounce wouldn't bother him. I like the strategy of standing up. We'll just keep them honest.
And there's a short mid-wicket in place, and the extra cover is just on the sort of edge of the square as well. So we see that previous delivery, there was a hint of it holding up a bit. So the tactic is clear, trying to get Hamza on the drive. He does like to drive as well, so good tactic.
Just a bit of hold up, just making sure everyone is in the right areas.
Look at that short mid-on. Yeah, Hamza throws the hands at it a bit. So see, Captain Carter is very close to the pitch there. Close enough to have a quiet conversation with the non-striker.
Probably telling him where he's going to bowl it next so he can have a good go.
And just for a bit of variation, floated up that time by Clarkson. Hamza gets it away square for one.
His partnership has moved on to 71. Ball's just has almost completely lost all its movement. Spinners haven't really turned one, apart from one or two that's gripped a little bit.
And the runs have come at a good rate. This is just their 18th over together.
It's just over the under the 4, about 3.9.
There's the little paddle. Oh. Fine leg went the wrong way initially, trying to anticipate where Ackerman was going to scoop. I'm not sure if he would have been able to reach it if he had stayed where he was either.
No, that would have been a gigantic effort. But also, I think the catch it came more because of the way he was timing it in the first innings. Those actually flew a lot further than these last two has. So I think it's more past experience than anything else.
Yeah, that one not quite out the middle of the bat, fortunately for Ackerman. The other figure to keep an eye on is runs required to win. Down to 320 now. If they get it below 300, which they should, and these two are still together, there'll just be probably a little bit more belief that it is possible. Still take an incredible effort for them to get to 498. Bit of shape in to the right-hander there from Clarkson to end the over, 178 for 2.
If they can get it to around about 280 at lunchtime, which will be good going, but let's play a bit of Trivial Pursuits. If they get it to that, then there would be round about 68 to 70 overs left in that time. How close does that become then? Because now you've got your run rate's not a problem because you'll be almost right on the run rate. Runs required and wickets in hand. Oh, you've got to feel confident to go for one of the biggest chases.
So when you say 280, do you mean runs required?
Runs required.
Okay,
yes.
not the South Africa A total.
No. Yeah. Runs required.
Yeah, no, indeed. That seems a fair target for these two. Both well set now. Sweep comes out, doesn't get all of it. Ackerman.
Lino. So good, Lino.
You can just hear the encouragement from them there. All just encouraging Lennox. telling me how good it is.
Quick single, good call by Hamza.
Hold Lino.
With a name like Lennox and a first name like Jaden, almost inevitable that his nickname would be Leno, Jay Leno.
I think it's not Little Bird like Annie Lennox used to sing.
Ready, Lino.
No relation, I'm sure, Kat.
Lovely Lino. Ready, Lino.
Just got a little bit brighter again now. Still a lot of cloud cover here in Potchefstroom. We're about 120 kilometers southwest of Johannesburg. As a slip will come out. That's Reese Murray. And he goes to plug a hole at mid-wicket. So telling Ackerman he has to go over the circle if he wants to access that cow corner area. Down the wicket he goes.
Hand cuts.
Oh.
Hand.
Good dive and a parry.
Nice, Eddie.
There by
Lino.
Joe Carter, the skipper, throwing himself around, setting a good example. Hamza down the pitch now and very nicely placed. They should get two here
Well done, Eddie.
as Longoff has a lot of work to do running to his right. To his left, a big, your pardon.
Fantastic placement by Hamza. Moves to 81.
Good lads. Good lane.
42 to Marcus Ackerman. Are they going to come back for the second? Oh, good call. Good call, Ken. That was danger signs.
Yeah, important not to get carried away with the quick running between the wickets. This JB Marks Oval, it's a very big field. And so if you get your angles right as a batter, lots of twos on offer. A few threes as well. But it's also a quick outfield, so lots of fours on offer as well. We saw in the mammoth New Zealand A first innings, there were 74s and 9 sixes, and that total of 607 was 7 declared. Clarkson will continue from the university end.
It's actually been bowling pretty decently since the keeper has come up. Going nice and full. Almost feel that that's his strength. That's his natural length that he wants to bowl. Because he gets a little bit of extra bounce because of his height. He can go a little bit fuller and then get the up his drives going. And the way the field is placed kind of emphasise the point that that's a more comfortable length for him to bowl. Does make him open for the scoops.
Going for the Yorker perhaps there, Clarkson. I think New Zealand there, you have to say that they've had a more balanced attack for these conditions, more options. An out-and-out quick at Matt Fisher. A very good seamer come swing bowler in Zach Fuchs. 2 all-rounders who can bowl seam up. And a leg spinner and a left arm off spinner.
Yeah, Keane and Falk showed their worth in the ODIs. Definitely fantastic all-rounders to have. New Zealand has always produced a couple of great all-rounders.
Well, one of the greatest of all time, and Sir Richard Hadley. Definitely one of the best bowlers the game has seen. Nice hands by Hamza, and he's got that through the covers for 4. Sweet shot, takes him to 86.
Lovely shot. Didn't try and overhit this. Just made sure that the placement was exquisite. They've got a man at deep point. Then just look at that. Just the placement. To the right of the one, to the left of the other. And it's another 4-for. You could just hear in the stump mic as well. The wind has just picked up a tad as well.
I don't see any particularly threatening clouds from where we are. But there was a bit of storm build-up the other day. There might be a huge cloud behind us, Cat. We don't know.
We're not talking about the commentary partner, Pendulo Makobane.
He is quite huge.
The cloud of Kagiso.
Well, certainly the voice of Kagiso and the greater Gauteng area, I would say. It's going to be good to welcome back Pendulo Magobane into commentary. And thank you, Kat. We'll see you again after lunch. .188 for 2. As there's just a bit of a discussion going on amongst the Kiwis at the JB Marks end. Lennox is going to continue.
You gentlemen are way too kind. Cannot be more than flattered. I'm there, blushing and giggling to myself before I took the seat.
Oh, Ackerman on the charge and yorked himself a bit there. It's been a good tussle this between Jaden Lennox and Marcus Ackerman today, and odd as even, I'd say, because Lennox has managed to slow Ackerman down a bit. Hasn't got him out, but 43 or 57 balls now for the SAA captain.
Still playing at a really good rate for that 53, for that 43 and 57. If you're looking at anything above a strike rate of 75, especially in this format of the game, you are batting quite rapidly.
It is a good rate, but Ackerman was going at more than 100 for the first half of his innings, better than a run a ball.
It's important that he doesn't try to believe that that's the way he should play the rest of his innings. He should play the momentum of the game. Like you said, Jaden Lennox came in and he really stalled the rate with some good bowling. But stalling the rates doesn't mean stopping the rate. Just slowing it down a bit, and it's important that they keep eking out these runs from Jaden Lennox.
And there was that adaptability on show. Pendulo Ackerman shaping to sweep, and then at the last minute deciding, no, it's not the right shot for the ball. So good thinking cricket by him.
Even that delivery, you'd think that he could whip it to that gap he has between one of the mid-wickets and that deep square leg. If he gets it past those two fielders, it's 4 runs, but he's still well enough playing within himself, respecting the good bowling from Jaden Lennox, who's changing his pace very well too.
Good footwork to take advantage of that one being a little bit shorter.
Very nice, Keno.
He'll get 2, Will Ackerman, takes him to 45.
Down, Clarkie. Love what you're doing here, Clarkie.
Good batsmanship from him. They take 4 runs from that over. He and Zubair Hamza have been working really well together. From the second ball of the day, they've added 86. 192 for 2.
And 306 more runs required for the win. Could be very interesting final session, Pendulo, if these two are still there at tea.
It's always so good when you get a big chunk of a 4-day game being playable, because sometimes these SAA games in particular find themselves having been drawn out because we've lost a day because of inclement weather. Yesterday was the worst we've seen, and it was just a bit gloomy and a little bit dark. The only mishap was the landing area from the JB Marks end, but other than that, it feels as if both bat and ball can be in the game.
Put away down the ground by Zubair Hamza, and he'll go into the 90s.
Excellent shot from Zubair Hamza. But to full from Josh Clarkson, inviting the shot, and he took it well. He's been there for a long time. He's seeing it good. And even though you have those midfielders right in front of his face, he's still able to find the gap right straight through the bowler. Excellent batting into the 90s.
Yeah, hit it through his batting partner, Marcus Ackerman.
Bang, bang, yeah, boy.
Oh, a little bit more of a swipe from Hamza, who's normally very elegant and classical. That one just smeared across a bit to the short mid-on.
Looking to squeeze it past Joe Carter through his right, between he and the conventional mid-wicket. It's going to be a long chase for the man standing at mid-on, especially with the ground having shown such good speed in the outfield.
Shorter and tucked by Hamza for 1.
And because Lennox is holding his end so well, taking advantage of Josh Clarkson is ideal. But he too doesn't make it hard because of the speed that he bowls with. And the fact that Mitch Hayes standing up to the wickets, it means that charging down the track for both Hamza and Ackerman is not likely a good idea. So he is allowed to bowl on a good length. And all he has to do is try to land it in that good length.
Oh, fantastic catch. Diving catch. Ackerman scooping proves to be his downfall, and you can see Josh Clarkson's got a bit to say about it. He was scooped a lot in the first innings by Ackerman, but Clarkson kept looking back at Ackerman as he dismissed him. Brilliant catch by the fine leg, running across and diving full length. Wonderful take.
Got into the head of Marcus Ackerman, it seems. The fielder was there. You can see he's very angry with himself. The fielder was there particularly for that shot, and he still dared to take him on. So you can't help but feel like it was a bit of mind games between the two. And you can see he's not even in the inner ring. He's flying midway between the ring and the boundary, so that allows him to get more time and more distance. It still required an excellent dive, and an excellent dive it was. Breaks the partnership, a very important one, between Marcus Ackerman and Zubair Hamza. Jason Smith comes in at number 5.
Well, after taking a wicket with the first ball of the day, it's been lean pickings for New Zealand for 100 minutes. But that's a big blow. Just 20 minutes or so before lunch, a key batter, Marcus Ackerman, dismissed.
And I think that's the thing. It's just a couple of minutes before lunch. It would have been such a dominant position if South Africa went in, still having the services of both Ackerman and Hamza. Because when Ackerman gets going, he catches up to those balls rapidly and passes them. But Jason Smith is equally as good. Last time he scored a century was for the Dolphins, and he's out here because of this shot.
And this catch by Aditya Ashok, dear me, he's having a good morning. Wonderful diving catch by Ashok. Wicket with the first ball of the day, and now a brilliant catch to get a key wicket for his team.
Still the same tight field. Jason Smith coming in. You still have the two midfielders right in front of the boundary, in front of the pitch, squeezing the batter of space. And Josh Clarkson just keeping to his disciplines, and is forcing the batters to make the plays. And it's been a surface that allows you, the bowlers, to also get some purchase. The reason why that 607 was scored from New Zealand on over the really good batting. There was some loose bowling as well for South Africa. So it's as if those forces collided. Weak bowling, good batting, and it's an explosion of runs that has since been reeled back, and wickets have been falling, but still runs are gettable. It's 197 for 3, the big wicket of Marcus Ackerman.
Scores of 69 and 45 for Marcus Ackerman in this game. Both of them quick fire innings. But perhaps that's a reason why Marcus Ackerman, for all the runs he has scored down through the years, and he's been around for a while, just hasn't managed to break through to that next level playing for the Proteas. And perhaps it just doesn't have enough hundreds, doesn't convert enough of those really entertaining and very skillful half centuries he scores. We'll have a look at his conversion rate in first class cricket during this over.
Scored 27 50s, Marcus Ackerman, in the 116 innings that he's played. So today was looking at his 28th. He did get his 28th yesterday, was looking at his 29th, alongside 1200s.
So that means he's gone past 41 times now in his first class career, to 100 on 12 of those occasions, a little less than 1 in 3.
Talking about a man who wants to improve his conversion rate, Zubair Hamza. It's been looking good, wants to make a statement that he's still a relevant force, as he's been for the past 3 seasons.
He's got that away nice and fine. No one behind square on the leg side, and Hamza goes to 97. His conversion rate has been good for SAA. We spoke earlier that he averages more than 60 before this match. 300s. And this is now his third half century.
Nice, Lynn.
And on the brink of making it his fourth 100.
Very smartly played from Zubair Hamza. No one standing in the deep at fine leg. Paddles it away. They've taken 6 runs from Lennox.
Beautiful, Lino. Lovely, Lynn.
50 overs have been completed in the innings. New Zealand have taken 2 wickets in this morning. First ball of Jordan Herman and a couple of deliveries or a couple of overs ago. Getting Marcus Ackerman off this man who has the ball, Josh Clarkson. South Africa now need less than 300 to win. They need 203. They need 295. And Gert was talking about the idea of going into lunch, just needing 280, and all of a sudden you have a very prospective game where the chase might be on. South Africa have only added 97 runs to their tally overnight. They have Jason Smith in now, who's brand new.
And the fact that South Africa have gone past 200 inside 50 overs will tell you that they're going at more than 4 to the over, and 272 from 72 overs, or sorry, 295 before that single from 72 overs corresponds to a required run rate of 4.09. So if they are going to pull off the incredible, they're up with the rate. Languid from Zubair Hamza, but cover makes the save. Curtis Heafy there.
An experienced Zubair Hamza, playing in his 101st first-class game. It's quite special that on his 100th match, he scored a century.
.98 now to Hamza with that single. That would be a very nice achievement to get 100 in your 100th match.
And he already did it. And it was in the final of that CSA 4-day series that the Lions shared. It was part of the reason why they were the champions the year before.
I just remember the contrast between the two teams at the end of that rain-affected, well, not so much rain-affected as wet outfield-affected final. The Titans were very happy because they'd got out of jail, thanks to Londra Pretorius. Lions, on the other hand, and looked pretty crestfallen that they didn't win outright, and I think Zubair Hamza would have swapped his landmark for winning the title on their own.
He was looking great for that 103. And just a lapse of concentration, a couple of balls after crossing 100, and he lost his wicket. And so one of the key areas beyond just skill at playing at the highest level is keeping that high level of skill over the whole course of your innings, the whole course of the match. That's what separates the best from the great. He's already shown his skill, Hamza. It's a question of, can he show it over and over again over long distances of time? And he's been looking good ever since the start of this year.
Oh, friendly full toss, and Jason Smith says, thank you very much. Tickles it away for his first boundary.
Not a good ball to seal the over from Josh Clarkson. Overpitched onto the legs. All it needs is a bit of guidance from Jason Smith. And it's a nice way for him to get into strike. It's 209 after 51. South Africa need 289 with 7 wickets in hand.
Another consultation between the New Zealand A Brains Trust, and as we see a little gap, we see that it's going to be the leg spinner, Ashok, is going to return. Started the day very well. Ball with the first wicket of the fourth day, and he'll look to see if he can end the first session in similar fashion. 8 minutes to go until lunch, so depending on how quickly the over from the university end goes, he might get a second over in before lunch.
Took the wicket with the first ball of the day, Adi Ashok. His attacking nature has earned him 4 wickets for the match so far.
Cut away by Hamza, but to the man on the boundary, so 99 for Zubair Hamza. I'm sure he'll want to not have that sitting on his mind over lunch. He'll be hoping Jason Smith can also get a 1 in this over and give Hamza another chance to get the job done in terms of the 100. And Smith obliges. Little tap into mid-wicket. Wicketkeeper Hay charging after it.
And it's a matter of just continuing with the work that he's done so far, Zubair Hamza. It's easier said than done, though, knowing that you're on 99. It's been an excellent innings. Adi Ashok, full of tricks. Just needs to withstand it.
Only change to the field is that long off has come into mid off. Oh, he's missed a straight one. Oh, umpire Harris. Hamza trying to access the leg side there. And I wonder if it struck him just outside the line. Let's have a look. Did too much.
It has been gripping and turning for Adi Ashok.
Should we bring him up?
That time just missing the leg stump.
Sorry, Eddie, sorry.
Does turn his googly a fair way, does Aditya Ashok.
Should we bring him up since he's on 99?
It would seem that Hamza read it and so was trying to go with the turn to the leg side. Mitchell A just reminding Hamza he's on 99. I'm sure he knows. And there we go. 100 up for Zubair Hamza. And he's stuck around really well after coming in very early. Second over of the innings. And there we see just a reserved celebration.
It's been a brilliant innings from Zubair Hamza. Now he's starting to get the conversions going. Gets the love from Jason Smith, deservedly so. Because he's really controlled his work out there. Zubair Hamza has given nothing away. It's a superb century. And after scoring 5 50s, on and on and on, not getting to that landmark after reaching it in that final, he's now broken that screen. And it's a line that he can pass and see through now.
Yeah, back-to-back first-class centuries for Zubair Hamza. He'll be very happy starting the summer on this note. 13 fours and a 6 in that 100 off 146 balls and 3 3/4 hours at the crease. So it's been a fluent effort, I'd say, Pendulu, without going at a blazing rate, but methodical.
Very. Hasn't done anything out of the ordinary, Zubair Hamza, in constructing his innings. But it has been very fluid. It's been very decisive The only real scare was that he had on 99 when there was a big appeal. And Shades would have come back where he once lost his wicket on 98 runs for South Africa A. Hearts would have been on his throat, but makes it through. It's a beautiful innings. At his best.
Dale Phillips bowled an over before tea yesterday. He's going to bowl what might be the last over before lunch today, depending on how things go. According to the scoreboard clock, we've got 3 minutes to go until lunch. Not sure which clock the umpires are using as the official clock.
He's a classical player, Hamza. And you'd expect that he's a sweet play slower and slower and slower, especially at number 3. But it's been a healthy strike rate as well for his century. Just a touch under 70. And that speaks of working his craft to exploit more options, to generate more runs, and not just be a looking good player, but a looking good player who is effective and impactful.
Yeah, no one can complain about Zubair Hamza's strike rate. I think it's very well measured. It's positive. And also no one can complain about how pleasing it is to the eye.
The fact that he was selected for the test side going to Zimbabwe indicates that there is a look-see into him and what he can add to the Proteas side. His test record doesn't speak much because it's not a long record to speak of for Zubair Hamza. Only playing 8 test matches, 150 in those, so having made his debut now 6 years ago, still a fresh 24-year-old, and he's different now at 30. Zubair Hamza playing so well measured, it's playing beautifully. It's 215 for 3.
I think New Zealand Day wanted to go to lunch. There was a bit of a delay before Phillips bowled his last ball of the over. Very unnecessary delay, and they've just managed to pull it off, have New Zealand Day. 12 o'clock, the scoreboard clock ticks over. Umpire Lubabala Kuma was keeping a very close eye on it, so that's the official clock. And the end of the morning session, which has been highly entertaining. We've seen 109 runs in 26 overs, and 2 wickets, leaves South Africa A on 215 for 3, needing 283 more to win. And New Zealand A need 7 more wickets, 69 overs left in the day. Where's this match going in the afternoon, Pendulo?
I have no idea, Ken. Hence we sit and we watch. But even when we look back at how this session has gone by, it's very balanced. Jordan Herman losing his wicket in the first ball, you'd think that New Zealand will have the upper hand, but then the partnership between Ackerman and Hamza takes it away. And then you lose the wicket of Marcus Ackerman, and you're thinking, oh, here comes another collapse here for South Africa. But then you have a dependable batter in Jason Smith, who has shown in this previous season that he has a clutch gene within him, and they need his clutchness here today. Zubair Hamza will have a monkey off his back knowing that he's crossed that century. But New Zealand understanding that they can get a wicket at any time, and they've already gotten 2, they just need 7 more. They'll feel like they are in the game with 60 overs, or with almost 70 overs to go. But with South Africa going the way that they're going, with 7 wickets in hand, and needing to get around 4 runs to the over, you'd also feel like South Africa have something to say. So it's really hard to predict. Hence why we just sit and watch. And history can't even tell us what's going to happen. So that is why it is such an enthralling and entertaining match to watch.
Well, that's why Pendulo Magavani's paid the big bucks to not answer our questions at all. 215 for 3 then, but he's right. This could be a really, really exciting afternoon as New Zealand, they keep chipping away. They've got 3 wickets in this second innings. They must still be favourites. But who knows what will happen this afternoon. Do join us in 35 minutes' time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come back for session number 2 on this final day of what has turned out to be a rather fascinating game of cricket, where a result is a possibility, especially after day number 1, where it ended on 357 for 1. Subsequently, New Zealand declaring on 607 for 7. You would have thought that South Africa have been scored out of the game. And when New Zealand came to bat for a second time, adding an additional 120 to their already existing 371 lead, you would have thought that they've kept South Africa at bay and South Africa would be fighting for survival. But the story could not be any different walking into session number 2. With 69 overs remaining, South Africa need 283. And if they score at the current rate that they're scoring at, they will overcome the tally. But the question is, can they withstand the bowling pressure from New Zealand and preserve their wickets? Zubair Hamza has done so for the past 150 balls, getting to his second century this year in first-class cricket. Jason Smith partnering him, who has scored a decent and a very clutch score himself this year of 100 when Dolphins were chasing down the Northwest. My name is Pendulo Makubane. Next to me, Mr. Gert Maloney.
Thank you, Pendulo. Yeah, I said if they could be at 280 at lunch, or required 280 at lunch, I was 3 off. The 283 still required. And there are still 69 overs left. And apologies, I was an over off there again. I said it will be around about 68 overs. So the math is working still nicely. This means game on. Only the 1 wicket down. The big wicket was the man that was in with Zubair Hamza.
A Lucy to start off from Mahdi Ashok and dealt with the right cause by Zubair Hamza. Marches on to 107. 219 for 3.
What a nice delivery to get off to lunch. Nice full belly and just a bit of dessert for you. Have that.
Nice full belly as well, maybe from the bowler, just to let the food digest quickly. Because a huge contrast from the first ball he bowled in the day, which got the wicket of Jordan Herman. First ball of this session, a bit loose from Ashok. And he adds more. Zubair Hamza plays with a delicate touch. It's going to be stopped just before it reaches the boundary. Going to come back for run number 3. Ben Lister in as the 12th man. And already 7 runs to start this off.
I was pointing at 4 runs already. But I've forgotten the long legs of Ben Lister there. Most people would have given up, but those long legs. Going at about 1.5 meters every stride. Jason Smith on strike. He's also showed glimpses. He looks good.
Oh, Eddie. Lovely there, Ed.
It was back in March where the Dolphins needed to chase 238 in a relatively low-scoring 4-day game.
Lovely, Eddie.
Jason Smith walked in with the score a little bit wonky for the Dolphins. 2 for 29 he walked in. He never left. He walked out on 117 undefeated. He's finished the game with a big 6 over the top Jason Smith to take him to 117 undefeated. And that's how the Dolphins won that game. So in a game where the Dolphins needed to have a clutch man because they were in risk of relegation last season, Jason Smith in a match that really mattered with so many points available in a 4-day game. He raised his hand, Jason. And they'll need to raise their hands here for SAA.
Yeah, if he can raise his hand there, that will be a clutch moment in his career, maybe. showing that he's a man with a lot of BMT, but a big match temperament, something that South Africa is not known for. We do have one or two that has that, and it looks like we got a couple of young players that's coming through and developing that sort of mindset. But big match temperament is something that cannot be coached. It is something that is either in you or not. It's the maturity of the batter. But also 224 for loss of 3, 7 wickets in hand. 274 required. It's a great start. As Zach Folks has got the ball in hand once again. He's not bowled into the wind yet. We saw Matt Fisher try that yesterday a little bit, and that didn't work.
It makes sense why Zach Folks would want to continue from this end. The wind has been constantly blowing from the east to the west, which would be from the left to the right of your screen. And with him moving the ball into the right-hander, he gets more of that assistance to shape the ball into the right-hander. So it would make sense why he doesn't want to move away from that, because now it would negate his natural movement. And here he gets assistance. And so he's coming around the wicket now, which is something that he didn't do in the previous time he was bowling to Hamza.
Immediately that man becomes in play. But you mentioned it the last time we were on commentary together. You said you wouldn't mind actually seeing him coming around the wicket, especially with that man at a gully, leg gully, and then also normal gully on the offside. Did you go have a chat with him at lunch, Pendulo?
I guess after lunch, he got new ideas as he was enjoying the food here from Potchefstroom.
Going through his phone, all the legends, Don Bradman, Joe Root, Chris Keynes. Pendulo Mokobane, what does he say?
Look, the argument earlier on, Gert, was that if he comes around the wicket, he will force Hamza to play more balls. When he was coming over the wicket, Hamza was leaving every single one of those short ones. Even the ones at that length, he would go underneath the ball. And already with 2 deliveries bowled in this over, he has forced Hamza to play at both of them. And it's the first time we've seen him play a pull shot ever since he went to 50.
And now he thought leaving alone was a better option because he went back to over the wickets.
He's a taller man, Jason Smith. So if he wants to dig it deep, he has to hit it really hard. And he does! And he does! Fantastic work from Jason Foltz, but take a bow! That does not happen without an outstanding catch at leg slip.
Looks like Phillips down there. What a fantastic catch it was. And I was wondering why he's coming over the wicket, because that was exactly the plan. But a bit of a nothing shot by Smith as well. He could have really smashed it and really gone for it, but he looks like he just wanted to guide it around the corner. Just getting the top edge and the back part of the bat and looped to the leg gully, and it's another wicket for New Zealand, eh?
He fell for a trap that Zubair Hamza was expertly avoiding. Over and over and over again, Zubair Hamza did not dare play at those deliveries because of those reasons. And especially with the ball coming back in from Zach Folks, it squeezes that room for Jason Smith. He can't free those arms. And he just hobbles around it, but then it is the fantastic fielding of Dale Phillips. Made it look so easy.
Looking at the delivery again, you almost could have left it alone because the ball was going down leg quite comfortably. He was just trying to work it down and just pick that man at leg gully. So great placement, Carter. Great execution, Folks. Not great execution, Smith.
Beautiful bowling. It's very good.
again, it wasn't that great a delivery, to be fair, but it was good execution, because if that ball was a little bit quicker, it might have gotten the top edge and gone over. So I just feel that Phillips did a lot of the heavy lifting in that wicket, because he anticipated well, and he gave a step or two to his left and then dove as well. So great anticipation by Phillips as well. You can just see him swinging his arm there off screen. He might just have fallen on it a tad.
I hear you, Gert. I really do. But then Zach Folks has been bowling those balls deliberately throughout the whole morning. And he has been shaping them on the shoulder or even on the back. Just like that. It's the same ball. That's what he's doing. And because he has the field for that exact ball, and if you know you have a fielder like Glenn Phillips, you put him in that position where it becomes dangerous. And so I really rate it as great bowling from Zach Folks, because just before he bowled, I did mention Jason Smith is taller. And he still got the ball into the exact direction which he needed. It's very good stuff. And now Kashil is avoiding hitting the ball down to that area as well, because that was a very playable glance shot to behind square. And then he forced his hand to get into the front of the wicket.
Yeah, Kushile practicing the on drive there. Which will be a much safer shot than actually clipping it, especially on that length.
You have square leg standing right next to the umpire. Dale Phillips now. He's a flying leg slip. He's right in between where you'd find the boundary and the inner ring. He's just hovering down there. And so that movement that he gets off the air and he gets off the surface, he's been using it really well, Zach Folks, to tighten up the spaces. Really use the leg side field to his advantage. He gets the wicket of Jason Smith, 225 for 4.
Great result. Exactly what they want, another wicket, but they would love the wicket of Zubair Hamza at the moment. 112 of 159. All of a sudden the chase becomes a little bit more difficult just because of the wickets column. Just got to play a little bit more safely. You still got Rivaldo Munsami coming in. And then we're into the bowlers. Or shall I say the bowling all-rounders.
Skalk Engelbrecht showed his hand in the first innings. It was very resilient at the back end of that South African first. And the more South Africa lose their wickets, the further away that chase goes, and it becomes a story of survival. So Engelbrecht scored 35 from 49 in that first innings, and it shows that he can stay out there, and it shows that he can score the runs. But I believe going out to bat would be the last thing he'd wish to do, and it would be the last thing the management wish happens.
Another partnership here required by Kushile and Hamza.
Oi! Opportunity! A tough chance, but an opportunity nonetheless. Zubair Hamza going for a hard drive. Reese Mariu needed to be sharp as a knife, but the ball just evaded him.
Oh, fantastic reflexes, but just couldn't grab it. Was a little bit unsighted as well with the glove work of Hale, could also not get it.
Lovely, Eddie. Lovely boy.
Feel like an opportunity missed for the New Zealand A team, and it was going to be that big wicket of Zubair Hamza. excellent areas from Ashok to draw the false stroke.
No doubt in the fines meeting they'll say that that was a chance that went down, and both Hay and Mario will get a decent talking to.
Especially if it's them, if it's Hamza who's able to take the game through and either help South Africa draw or help them take it over the line. But gosh, the more they're losing those wickets, just seems almost unlikely now. But we don't know what the message was coming from the management team. We'll see how Qashile takes on this innings. Right off a googly from Ashok.
He's getting a lot of turn with that Google, so he's got to pitch it a little bit wider. So it's almost anticipated, but you never know how much it's going to turn.
Oh, Eddie, beautiful heads.
And he's unafraid to use that wrong one, because that's how he captured Qashile's wickets in the first innings anyway. It was a wonderful googly that Qashile was trying to defend, and it clipped him just before he was outside the line of the stumps and he was given out. He's yet to score here. It's 228 for 4.
Yeah, Shane Warne used to say, the late great Leggy, used to say, it doesn't matter if they know it's coming, doesn't matter if they can read it out of the hand, you never know how much it's going to bounce, how much it's going to turn, and you still got to hit it. So his argument was, by the time they've figured out what the ball's doing, it's most likely have done it already.
The bat is thinner than the width of the 3 stumps. So the bowler has more to aim for than the batter has. And that's why it's never a specific spot that you must bowl at, is it? It's always a general area that you find, because it brings all 3 stumps into play. And leg spinners, known for their attacking nature, really attack those stumps. Smart from Zubair Hamza. He saw the plan from long ago. He's been dealing with it diligently over his innings. And quick feet to get 2.
Clever batting. Clever batting. He sees the angle around the wicket, so if there's no movement, very easy just to play it down. Also, he's been there for 164 deliveries, so the ball really has to do something for him not to be able to play it down to a vacant third man.
Goodness me, it looks like New Zealand have set an opposite side field here. The way it's looking, if a left-hander was batting, it would be the perfect field for them. They'd have an extra cover, they'd have a slip fielder, they'd have third man and all, but this is actually for a right-hander. So that slip is a leg slip position where you'd find extra cover. It's short mid-wicket, and they're really clocking that leg side for Hamza. He's not going to stop, though. He's finally forced to play those balls because they are directly at his body.
Yeah, they're hoping he would make a mistake. Maybe play a half-hearted shot like Smith did. But this one you can see he was just waiting for it. Just get right on top of it and hit it into the ground. Back to over the wicket to Qashile.
They still keep that leg slip. That's because Zach Fawkes is still going to continue with his strategy of digging it in deep.
Well, it's going to be 2 lengths. He's either going to dig it in deep or go very, very full. That's why that short extra cover is there. And also you'll see that mid-on has moved very wide as well. So the straighter he goes, Qashile with the ball moving in might just clip it instead of going for a conventional on drive. Might just want to go through mid-wicket, and that brings that man into play.
Also because of almost the slow nature of Fawkes, you can get a leading edge, but he's been stopped in his run because there's some disturbance on the side screen.
You could even see the way that Lennox is walking in as well. He's wider, but he walks in a bit of a circle just to get in straighter with the batter.
Going on to the attack. Doesn't want to allow Zach Folks to settle into his job. And the thing is, it's always nice when you're a bowler and your field allows you to have various options that you can use to the batter.
Never nice when you're the batter and you got struck on the arm. Koshile can just shaking his right arm there. Just right on the forearm. That's either muscle or bone there. Lennox in very straight.
He's going to pull it through. Only 2 fielders are allowed on the leg side behind the wickets. So they're using that leg slip. And that squarish fine leg who collects it down at the bottom to end over number 57. It's 232 for 4.
Yeah, the run rate has dropped down a tad as well. It's still hovering around about the 4, but still need 266. I think all will depend on how this partnership develops. They would look at it and say, if there's another big partnership here, partnership of, I say big, 60, 70 odd, at right about 4.5 to the over, might just be game on once again. There's still a lot of clouds in the sky. I don't think we're going to have rain, but it might influence light a bit later on. So getting in the full 65 overs that are left is unlikely.
And so South Africa must keep those wickets in check. It was New Zealand earlier on who needed to keep the runs in check. And wickets do that. Gotten 3 over the course of the day. And so that will reel the scoring rate back as it has.
But also changes the complexity because the man that was aggressive, the man that was going at a good clip is also the man that went back to the dugout.
It's going to be finely played from Zubair Hamza. A hard chase, a long chase, too long. Very deft touch and Curtis Heafy can't stop it over the boundary for 4.
He gave it his all, but it is day 4. And it's also after a 3-game ODI, so a lot of training in that, but deft touch by Hamza. He's rocked on to 120 of 167.
Full toss. Wonderful feet from Zubair Hamza. An elegant 6, you might even say. Takes it over the top. It's 243 for 4.
Yeah, 1 over the fence, a bit of a maximum. Just to really get the scoreboard going. Just a little, it wasn't really even a full dance down the track, just a little shimmy, half a step and bang, knows that mid-wicket cow corner is completely open. Even the mid-on is hanging around the circle.
Oh, got him! Adi Ashok pushes out to Rongan. Zubair Hamza gets a feather. Mitch Hay, with quick hands and excellent glove work, dismisses the Centurion. And it's a massive wicket for New Zealand A.
Exactly what I was saying. You can still see it coming. It's tossed up wide. You know the wrong one is coming, but you never know how much it's going to spin. Gave him a bit of room and fantastic glove work. Man, Hayes' hands is fantastic. Such a good keeper. But such a big wicket. You can see the way he's walking back. He knows he had the game in the palm of his hand. And now, it is all new batters at the crease. Engelbrecht's got to face the music.
It turned and it bounced. Zubair Hamza was left playing the incorrect line. And what a good take from Mitch Hay. It's a century, 126 from 169 for Zubair Hamza. He was out there for 4 hours. But he was 2 to 3 hours short.
Yeah, and apologies, Rivaldo Munsami coming in. Every now and again, technology shows us one thing and then something else happens. It's Rivaldo Munsami coming in before Engelbrecht. And this is a big partnership. These two has got to take it deep. They got to go at least past T. Because now half the team back in the dugout. New Zealand A will feel that they're back in the game. They're within grasp of winning this one.
He's gone for runs, Eddie Ashok. He's gone for a lot of runs. But those 2 wickets are big. They are massive. Jordan Herman with the first ball of the day. Now Zubair Hamza. The 2 players who are sleeping over to continue playing today are gone through the hands of this man. Now he bowls to Rivaldo Munsami. He also has incredible wrists, Rivaldo Munsami. He's out there now. He's going to have to show how they work. Alongside Netsamba Bakreshi led 2 keeper batters for South Africa A. They need to survive. 64 overs remain. It's 243 for 5. Two weeks from now, 15 days to be exact, this ground will be in action again. The CSA 4-day series is about to start. It's a good test for some of the players. 6 teams are going to be in action. Northwest Dragons will be playing the Tuskers in the first match here. Oh, confusion. Rivaldo Munsami is left halfway, but the throw goes to the incorrect end. Curtis Heafy sends it to the wicketkeeper. And if he sent it to the bowler, Rivaldo Munsami was walking back to the dugout.
Absolutely suicide run. There was no run there from the get-go. Almost in survival mode now. Why would you want? Oh, and Heafy just picking up the call late to go to the bowler's end. If he stopped the throw, he could have underarmed it to Zach Folks and it would have been an easy run out.
Had a lot of time, alas. Completely missed the opportunity. It was there waiting for them. It's just the jitters of a new partnership starting out between Qeshile and Munsami. But Zach Folks still continues with his lines, attacking the body aggressively. Qeshile did well to avoid that particular delivery. Especially when you're new Kharti, you see the ball coming into your body line, you think it's just an easy flick where you can help it down the leg side. That's exactly what Zach Folks and the New Zealand A team wants. And activate Dale Phillips, who's already taken a spectacular catch.
And also, sitting on the side, you'll see the plan. You think, don't worry, I got this. I've got it all figured out. And then all of a sudden you start batting out there and you realize that you've got to MacGyver your way all the way through. You've got to create your own angles, create your own outcomes. That's a very old reference to our younger viewers.
When you're doing things that look extraordinary back when we were growing up, parents were, Nango MacGyver. Here comes MacGyver. Look at you being MacGyver. I didn't know what it was until I knew. Like, oh,
Till everyone thought there's a brand new series called MacGyver on TV, and then they realized it's just a remake.
This is exactly what Kashile should be doing, and he's doing it very well. Zach Volks, he's stuck to his guns, he's stuck to his plans. It's not an easy plan to get right also, Gert. If you're on a medium to fast-paced bowler, he hits 120, low 130s. Matt Fisher would be rattling them if he was bowling at those lengths with his pace. But the fact that he's generating so much control, and he controls the line with movement as well at that short pace, it's impressive work from Zach.
A lot of oohs and ahs there. That nearly snuck through. But also what's helping him, the ball is 59 overs old. So the bounce isn't that consistent. Most likely we'll be taking it across seam and just angling it in with his normal action. No real swing. You can see it's just continuing with the arm. So using cross seam, that's why every now and again the bounce looks slow. It might just hit that worn out, and also wearing out the ball even more, which makes it very hard to actually hit it, softening it up.
Thus, it makes it more effective for your spin bowlers too. Allows the ball to grip up a bit more and slow even more. It will render both Adi Ashok, Jaden Lennox much more useful. And Adi Ashok, it's those 2 wickets that are saving his favor, and it's a contrast between him and Jaden Lennox. The reason Lennox was a bit expensive is just that one over that was so big. But he's not taking the wickets like Ashok is.
In general, your leggy is not really there to keep the runs down. In fairness, he's like someone with raw pace. Attack, attack, attack. If you get taken for a couple of runs, that's fine, as long as you take the big wickets, which he has done. Is Jordan Herman and also the Centurion, Zubair Hamza. Both massive wickets in the context of this game.
It's these tricks that work. And look at the amount of spin that he's generating. He's always keeping the ball under threat. A good leave for Krishile. He's going to question if he's going to leave the next one, though. Mitch Hay grabbed it behind the off stump.
Oh, Eddie.
That's a little trick that keepers do. They grab it and then just move a little bit closer to the off stump and then have a smile and then tell the batter, look, it passed the stump on the way through. So I think it was a good leave by Koshile, where it pitched. We haven't seen a ball hit the stump or come close from there. So Mitch Hay playing some mind games with Koshile out there.
Catch it.
But him being a keeper, I don't think he'd be too surprised.
He knows them in and out. Preserves his wicket. It was well done by Adi Ashok.
He got caught there, remember? That was when he was trying to pump it out. Stay up, Ed. 3/4. Yeah. Try to put it through your spot. Reece, do you reckon he's going to take it on now, though?
Just see a bit of attention to the ball there once again. Making sure that it's not losing its shape, because that would be the main concern. I don't think that New Zealand would really want to change the ball, in fairness. It's getting very hard to hit. It's nicely roughed up. And it's, you can just hear the umpire say it's supposed to go through the ring. It's not supposed to hit the edges. So might just politely have asked, why is it going through so nicely?
And things going very nicely for New Zealand A. Since the lunch break, the big wicket of Zubair Hamza. And Zach Fuchs doing a good job as well. Maybe not. He's taken just the one wicket, but I tell you what he has done after lunch with his leg theory bowling, as he's kept the run rate down, which is kind of ticking one box to make sure that South Africa A can't chase down that unlikely target.
And it's almost like they're smelling blood because they know if they can break this partnership, the other batters coming in can hold up one end, but they will give you a chance every now and again. Engelbrecht looked good, but he did give a chance here and there. Even if they were half chances, you would want them as the fielding side, as the light has just lightened up. We just needed to put our shades on a bit. Ken?
Well, it's also the joy of having an attacking leg spinner. So he can afford to go for a few runs at the other end because Fuchs is keeping things tight. And the lower order against a leg spinner who's bowling well, it's an uphill task.
And then again, it also shows what 607 on the board can do for you. That always helps a little.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Pendulo mentioned this after lunch, but he made the very good point because I was still kind of questioning if New Zealand they don't win this game, not enforcing the follow-on, batting for 20 overs, adding 126. If they hadn't have done that, South Africa would have needed only 128 more now to win the game. So perhaps a wise move. They've judged that this pitch is still going to be very good for batting on the final day. But if they keep working hard, one fancies 62 overs left today. Just 5 wickets to get. New Zealand are really strong favourites at the moment.
I don't see them shaking hands at tea time, saying, let's call that the day. They can feel they have a result on the cards. And also, I don't think that if they scored that 126, I honestly don't think South Africa would have come out as positive as they had. So when they came out, it was almost like they got nothing to lose. They said, let's play positive cricket. They might have even just held back a little bit, which puts you under different sorts of pressure then.
The 2 wicket-keeper batsmen at the crease, Sinatemba Klashile and Rivaldo Moonsamy. Moonsamy's donned the gloves for both innings in this match. I dare say Klashile might be behind the stumps in Benoni starting on Sunday, the second match of this series, and the last match of New Zealand A's tour to South Africa.
I think Zach Fox is just getting a little bit tired now. He's actually going a little bit shorter. And what he would like, it's just easy for the batters, just to let it go over their heads. 61st over gone, 19 overs to go before that new cherry can be taken. 244 for loss of 5, still 250 required. And oh, how big was those wickets? Massive wickets of Zubair Hamza, 126. Mitchell Hay taking a fantastic catch behind the stumps from Adi Ashok. And then also another big wicket, because he's looking like he's going to take the game away, was Eddie Ashok taking the catch from Josh Clarkson, was Marcus Ackerman, the captain. Those two just look like they might take it all the way.
Yeah, they've made some really big breakthroughs getting key batsmen out. This middle session extended by 20 minutes to make up for time lost on previous days. So we've got another hour and 42 minutes. Yeah, I think we might just get to the second new ball before tea. So South Africa will have to deal with Matt Fisher again.
All depends on who's going to be dealing with Matt Fisher. South Africa would prefer it being these two at the crease. They both have some experience facing new balls. Even if it was just with wickets falling quickly. Lovely shot there, just worked off the legs, and it's again just meeting the ball on the full. And it's Kashile's first boundary for his innings.
Bit of a gift from Ashok, to be honest. But that's okay. New Zealand have runs to play with. And as I said, an attacking leg spinner. He's chasing wickets is Aditya Ashok.
No, he doesn't mind getting hit. They still got the 250 that they can defend. This one is worked into the gap as well, and it's brilliant fielding. Looks like Lennox down there. Lay down and palmed it to Josh Clarkson. It's great teamwork there.
Makes the dream work.
Nice loud call this time. Very nearly had a shocking run out between these two. Both of them actually very, very good between the wickets. And very quick as well.
Looks like two googlies in a row from Aditya Ashok. Both these batters as wicket keepers should be able to read the variations a little bit better than other batters.
That's why I feel they got to protect the batters coming in. Because as keepers, they know exactly what to look for, what lengths to look at. They'll read the field a bit better as well when it comes to plans and strategy. Because they're normally part of that conversation. 250 up for South Africa A. So 250 up. 248 to get. So they're kind of halfway there. Just over. But it also, half the team is back in the dugout. So we see a bowling change as Keane is introduced. I think they want to get these 18 overs done and dusted. So they can get that new kookaburra to Matt Fisher.
And probably Zach Fuchs, seeing as though he's now come out of the attack. Simon Keane just bowled 3 overs in the first innings for 15 runs. He'll be the 8th bowler. No, I've duplicated a name. Yeah, he'll be the 7th bowler used by New Zealand A in this innings.
Not a bad 7th bowler to have. He's only bowled at 2 yet. He's gone for 5 runs. Same as Clarkson. He'll be happy just to go nice and full. I love the fact that Hay is standing up. The mid-on and mid-off is rather close. If there was a circle, the 30-yard circle, they'd probably be about 5 meters off that. Extra cover is still walking in. He's coming in close. Mid-wicket is coming in close. And then they got a deep square leg on the fence. The deep point. So they've made way with the leg side tactics. They got a gully in there as well. So hoping that the soft ball will just pop up a little bit. And one of these two will opt to drive on the up.
It's going to be a similar mode of attack to what Clarkson used. It's bowling nice and straight. It's a very straight field. And as you say, just hoping a drive will pop up to one of the straight fielders. Look how close they get on the offside. They finish very much on the square. Just a feeling of suffocation maybe for the batsman.
Yes, Simon Keane, Auckland lad, almost 24 years old. It's part of the New Zealand under-19 squad as well. Very, very decent all-rounder. Nice to see also plays all formats. And his T20 strike rate is 171. So not scared to really hit the long ball. Then his first class strike rate is 56. So it just shows the contrast in two.
Well, he gave it a good whack in this match with the bat. 44 of 24 in the first innings. And then yesterday, 23 not out of 16 balls.
Yeah, he doesn't mind going after it. So it just shows the contrast in strike rate. Does show that he's got a lot of maturity. That's the end of the over. It's 63 gone. It's a maiden to start off Keane's spell. 17 overs to go before that Nuku Kabura gets taken. I wonder if they'll take 1 or 2 overs just before tea if it's available. And then, or maybe wait till after.
No, I think you give yourself 2 bites of the cherry. The fast bowlers can have a little burst before tea. Give it a full go. Have 20 minutes with their feet up and come out and give it another full go. Straight after tea.
So we see Dale Phillips coming in. Done a lot of bowling. He bowled a solitary over before lunch yesterday. So he's only bowled 2 in this innings.
Both of them just before intervals.
So he probably told the skipper, look, I'm turning it. That ball needs an indicator, the way the ball is turning. So give it to me and make the field as attacking as possible.
He's right. Just behind Keane. And Dale.
Actually, is a little bit of turn there for Dale Phillips. Slow turn.
Eddie, just a couple up. A couple closer.
This one is a bit wide, but he does have protection there in the sweeper region. He's got a deep square out, so he's got a tendency to drag it short and then a sweeper out, but that's the only 2 he's got on the fence.
Yeah, I think for a part-time spinner, you do want a little bit of protection because every now and then they will probably drag one down.
Dale.
Daring the batsman to go straight over the top, mid-on and mid-off, both up.
And with Lennox and Ashok both turning the ball away from the right-hander, thought that maybe let's get the ball coming in. They saw what success the wrong-hand had for Ashok in the first innings, so maybe feel that the offie can do something. Try to tempt him with the wider one.
Okay, how much money do you make a year before tax?
And now tempting him with the fuller one.
No.
It's just the one. Again, those clouds just coming in, just dropping down a little bit. It's getting just a little bit more gloomy.
I fancy this ball is actually pretty soft now. 64 overs bowled with it. It's not exactly pinging off the bat. That last over, quite a vigorous swing at the ball, and it just sort of dribbled off the side of the bat down towards third man.
See Simon Keane just work very hard there on the ball, making sure that there's a little bit of shine to work with. He's into Rivaldo Munsami, who in the first innings got an absolutely beautiful delivery. An off-stump Yorker by Matt Fisher, angling in and then just straightening up. And then Tristan Lees, after that, also got the same, but his middle stump was uprooted by another absolute beautiful Yorker. See a reaction from Simon Keane. He thought that ball might have popped up from the boots or something.
All gone on to the stumps. It just rolled past leg stump.
Yeah, they'll get excited about anything now. So again, they know this is the partnership. These two can go deep. Still 246 required. And they feel if they can break this partnership, they got a hole to bowl at.
And that was the tempter for Munsami. He went for it. He's got 2 of 22 deliveries. He's normally quite a stroke player, so this is taking him out of his comfort zone a little bit. Went for that wider, fuller delivery.
Yeah, his strike rate generally is around about the 65 mark. So he does like to, even if it's just getting the singles, the ones and the twos, which they've cut off brilliantly as well. There's no real chance for them to work the easy ones. Really got to hit it into the gap.
Yeah, there's obviously acres of space behind the wicket. But that's going to take some innovation, and these two are first priority is to try and save the game, so they can't get too clever with the bat. It's a good field setting by New Zealand.
You can just see the way that they're playing as well. Both of them are really watching the ball right onto the bat, playing it underneath their eyes, making sure that they get on top of the delivery. So even if it stays low, they're right on top and the hands can just follow it. That's the end of the 65th over. And it's the first run that Simon Keane has conceded in the 2 overs that he's bowled in his second spell. As Phillips has given another over. He must be excited.
I was just thinking that we might see Josh Clarkson come back as well. Perhaps when Keane has bowled a few overs and is a bit tired. even though he's a part-timer, the match situation means that New Zealand are still attacking with a short square leg and a slip.
The one thing about being a part-timer, you actually don't mind tossing it up. Because if you get hit, hey, fair enough. But you want them to go after you a little bit. You're not there to keep down the runs. You actually want them to go after you.
That's our mid-off and mid-on up. Short extra cover who will field now is also walking into a catching position.
And he's tempting them. He's giving it enough flight to really... One of these two must feel that if this was a normal situation, we would have gone for one or two of these.
Well, I was just going to say, I wonder if a message hasn't gone out that time to shut up shop, lads. That required rate is now well over 4 to the over, 4.25 probably. And it does look that the shutters have been brought down.
Good thinking, no, Dale. Dale. Get us on, Dale. Dale. Oh, yeah.
And it's a maiden over by Dale Phillips. Still 253 for 5 and still 245 required. And I got to agree with you, Ken. The way they're playing Phillips, it's almost like they are saying that, all right, we're going to play for the draw, not for the win.
Well, since the dismissal of Centurion Zubair Hamza, we've had 10 runs in 8 overs. So I think that was the key wicket that South Africa A lost. And given the state of the light, and I think Bongani Jele is running on a light meter now, it's suddenly got a bit gloomy again. We're not going to get the full 56 overs left today, which kind of makes it pointless, South Africa A trying to pull off an unlikely victory, really chasing 5, 6 and over, because they're not going to get the full allotment today and getting themselves into trouble and losing the game.
So cooler heads prevail. You can see him just walking to the middle again. And again, great practice by the umpire. Doing it at the beginning of the over and then the middle as well again. Fantastic umpiring. Bubs has been around for quite a while. You can see that captain has just been called over as well. And Lister was just asked to maybe move away. Maybe he was reading the back end, the instructions of that light meter to umpire Bubs.
Well, he swapped places with Dale Phillips. Phillips probably saying, looky here, I'm a top order batter. You're a bowler. I'm bound to have better hands than you. I'll be the catcher. Actually, 4 catches now really on the square, 2 on each side. As you see Joe Carter there, he's at the short mid-on. And then there's a mid-wicket who's quite close in. On the offside, there's a short mid-off and a short cover.
In between those two that you just described, and Ben Lister nearly got into play. If he timed that any better, would have been down the throat of Ben Lister. And that teaser that you mentioned at previous overs, just right up there. Just you can hear the ball shouting, hit me, hit me, hit me.
Kashile reaching for that, and it came off high on the bat. So lucky to split those 2 catches. Backward point come gully is also pretty close.
Keener, such great control. This one was angling back in. That's when the other 2 men on the other side comes into play now. That short mid-wicket, they've got the very short mid-on as well. And then they've got a wider mid-on, who's in between mid-wicket and mid-on as well. So if you pick the gap, you're not really missing anyone. The moment just putting on the squeeze on the South Africans.
And you see there, Keshila trying to get the ball square or even behind square, because those are the only real scoring opportunities, playing across the ball a bit, bringing LBW into play. That one was missing leg though.
Yeah, very optimistic appeal there, but all this plays in the batsman's mind, saying I can't move across too far. Because Hay will explain exactly how that was missing the stumps to the key to the batter, saying that if it wasn't for the lateral movement, you were gone. Maybe sharing some tips on batting in these sort of conditions.
Is there a wicketkeepers union that they help each other? There used to be a fast bowlers union, a sort of convention that fast bowlers don't bounce each other. That was a long time ago.
Well, that's true. We never bounced each other until the other team breaks that pack. And that normally is when you get given out LBW just above the roll, you feel that is the first shots fired. Still asking about plans is Dale Phillips. I'm pretty sure that it will stay the same. Doubt there's going to be a massive change in the field.
Captain Carter is now in silly mid-on territory.
I'd love to see that action again. That almost looks like he was bowling a leggy there.
Dale.
Went for that one. He went for that one.
Generally, though, the off spinner, if he does get a bit of grip and turn inside half of the bat on a shot like that, would go straight to Carter.
Yes, Dale.
Oh, everyone just chipping in with the compliments. Dale Phillips will become one of their prime spinners. And he'll be recording this as well and playing back to all the positive words that was said to him and say, why am I not bowling more, guys?
Well, use it as positive reinforcement. He can listen to it again and again. Oh, now full tosses are being tapped to the fielder.
Oh, my word.
I think Moonsami's telling the umpire he didn't see it. They want to go off bad. Like, there's a lot of noise out there now as New Zealand up the ante.
Big appeal and given. It is Rivaldo Moonsami falling to the part-timer of Dale Phillips. He looks absolutely flabbergasted, and that's the wicket they wanted. It's one of the batters that could have taken the game deep. Playing outside of his comfort zone, did well, and then just this over, you just sense something happening. And it's a 6-wicket down for SAA.
Yeah, I can't help thinking that, yes, trying to save the game, but tapping full tosses straight to a fielder, 3 runs off 38 balls. Perhaps Rivaldo Moonsami just retreated into his shell a little bit too much there. And Keshila has been similar in a way. Just really allowing a part-time spinner to dictate affairs. Became almost scoreless. And then eventually falls. Yeah, I think unless he hit that, he's pretty plumb. Trying to work it around to the leg side. But it was pretty straight. So, Dale Phillips The part-timer gets a very important wicket, which opens up the lower order now to the bowlers as Skalke Engelbrecht comes to the wicket. He batted nicely in the first innings, got 35, was there for over an hour. And, wow, yes, it's going to be for the next hour that Pendula Magubani has the microphone in hand.
New Zealand firmly regaining the grasp in the game that they've had all along. A couple of partnerships by South Africa A in both innings just loosened a finger in New Zealand's grip. Early on this morning with Marcus Ackerman, Zubair Hamza, it felt as if a couple of fingers were getting let loose, but the bowling has brought them back. Adi Ashok felt as if he was expensive, but all of that expense is worth it if he got Jordan Herman and got Zubair Hamza. And now that they've broken those backs of the big stay batters, they're starting to eke in.
One has to say that bad light might be New Zealand's biggest obstacle now to victory. We've already seen umpire Kuma in the middle of the pitch measuring the light. It's pretty gloomy out there. 4 wickets to get.
You raised the point of the players just getting into their shell now with them looking to survive until the end of the day. And as you add on furthermore that it might not even be the end of the day, it's just surviving until the bad light is bad enough that the players have to leave the field. And it's resulted in a stop and pause innings from Snetsenbach Klashile, 9 from 36. And I guess the South African players here are getting tested in a new, different kind of way. Because the way they were batting starting early on this day, you think they'd chase it down. But now they have to bat so that New Zealand don't get it.
Well, realistically, I think it was only a very slim chance of South Africa A chasing it down. But I do like that they gave it a go. In the top order, very positive innings by Jordan Herman, Zubair Hamza and Marcus Ackerman. Kept the dream alive until this morning, just before lunch. And you just feel that wicket of Ackerman really was a key one, because as well as Zubair Hamza batted, he's not really the sort of guy to really destroy a bowling attack. He would have been a really good foil to Marcus Ackerman.
Good hands from Miche to get to that, because it was a sharp delivery from Simon Keane. Marcus Ackerman feel like he gave his wicket away because he played that shot on purpose. He played it like that on purpose. But it's as if he was playing without the mind that the field is there. It's a good ball from Simon Keane continuously.
Yeah, just a bit of game awareness. We saw Jason Smith similarly falling into a trap, really. It was a pretty obvious trap as well.
And so South Africa in this situation, Rivaldo Munsami was trying to survive. He went way too much into survival mode and got trapped LBW by the part-timer Dale Phillips. He's having a great game, Dale Phillips. He's having a good time here in South Africa. Just moved to Auckland, leaving his previous team, Otago. The Auckland Aces were in the finals of the 50-over competition, right down in the bottom of the 4-day competition, though. And so they'll be sitting and they'll be watching. They'll be happy with the new assets in 4-day cricket and what he's been able to showcase in this first match.
Did very well in the one-day series that preceded this match as well.
Good work from Kashile. He rockets back. It punches it through the smallest of gaps through the leg side for 4 runs.
Yeah, I think it is important to, if the ball presents itself as a scoring opportunity without risk, then you've got to take it. You can't just pat it back down the pitch.
He's had some decent scores as well, Snatsan Baklashile. His home team, the Warriors, they'll be in action in the first week of the 4-day series, which will be starting 15 days from now, on the 25th of September. So in as much as this is incredible for them to get match sharpness and get seen by the South African team, it's also good for them in their local game to get game time in their hands before the start of the season.
Yeah, great preparation. I think it was you saying in one of our chats over the 4 days about the Warriors from Eastern Province having made the most changes to their squad for this coming season. But Sinatembe Kashile, he's still there for them, still playing for the Warriors, and a very big part of what success they've had in the last few years.
He's going to become a key senior player now for the team down in Gqeberha. It's going to be key here if South Africa needs to survive. He's on 14 from 45. New Zealand need 4 more wickets with a prospective 52 more overs left in the day, pending the situation of the light. It's 258 for 6.
Sinatembe Kashile has been around for such a long time that I think people maybe think he's older than he is. He's only 26. So he's got a lot of good years still ahead of him. And although there might not be space for him in the Proteas at the moment, I think it's great that he's been quite a regular for the SAA side. So when he does make that step up, which I'm sure he will, he'll be ready, hopefully.
The issue he might come to face is the emergence of more keeper batters coming up through the pipeline of South Africa. We just saw with the SA20 auction, Mikhail Prince also getting a purchase to Pretoria Capitals. Northwest Dragons is wicket keeper batter. You just look at the South African team in general, which is a much spoken about situation with Rickleton. Klaasen who's now gone, Varane, you're now bringing in Pretorius, Monsami is here. There's a whole lost of them.
Well, the days of a wicketkeeper like a Richie Ryle or let's mention an England great Bob Taylor who bat down 9, 10, 11, they're long gone. You've got to be able to be a frontline batter as a wicketkeeper these days. And the trend is even going more extreme, that if you can bat in the top 4, certainly in white ball cricket, and keep wicket, you're a valuable performer. Kashile batting 6 here, but he regularly bats number 5. That was too wide for even Mitchell Hay to stop. Rivaldo Moonsamy. That's anywhere from 1 to 7.
So it's a long order to get into that South African team. especially if you haven't received a cap. And he has to dish out a couple of really good seasons, Nelson Baklashila, because there was a point where he was in the brink when he was playing really well, and it just faded away over the past couple of years and slowly working his back into that form. So maybe now that he'll be the senior statesman down at the Warriors for Gqeberha, can take that role, own that responsibility, maybe get himself back into stronger conversations.
Yeah, he had a couple of really good seasons. 2018-19 averaged 52 in domestic cricket, 750s in 18 innings, made a 99, just missing out on 100. Averaged 40 in 2022-23, made that 100, but just one other 50, and added another 100 in the 2023-24 season. But his averages in the last summer in first class cricket was just 27 with a couple of 50. So he does probably need to be a bit more consistent and prolific with the bat when you look at what guys like Rickleton, Luando Pretorius, what they're averaging.
Strings here in Potchefstroom, 263 for 6, game of survival for South Africa, a game of offense for New Zealand.
These guys go forward and back. Just get back to the umpire. Lovely Dale. Lovely Dale. And out.
Last day. A session and a half to go. Dale Phillips with the ball.
Oh!
Skark Engelbrecht
Lovely down.
played for 49 deliveries yesterday in his survival. Can he showcase it here today?
Oh!
Spin bowler
Yes.
selected for both his spinning and his
Down.
batting. Bowled well in the second innings. Needs to bat well in the second innings.
Oh, Dale. Lovely Dale.
But Dale is having a good time with the ball, just like he did with the bat. Growing more and more in confidence, and it becomes easier for him to bowl as a part-timer. The defending team is looking to do
Dale.
defense. It allows him to just operate in his work.
Claimed his 11th first-class wicket a few overs ago. Never taken more than 2 in an innings, so there's a little target for him.
Dale.
The way things are going, the ball is spinning quite a bit for Dale Phillips. It's spinning quite a bit for all of the spin bowlers New Zealand have brought on. He quickens the pace. Let's just change it up every now and then, and Skark Engelbrecht happy to play us on the back foot. Gingerly, though, on that one, to send it down for a single, which ends over number 72. It's 264 for 6.
He just got a sliver of bat onto that quicker, flatter delivery from Phillips. Did Engelbrecht just as well. I think he would have been plumb LBW otherwise. Or maybe even bowled.
You have to whip out all of the different skills and different ammo that you have as a bowler to just remove these last couple of wickets, because when a team gets into survival mode, it becomes quite a daunting task. But this brings the spin bowlers into action. And I can say, even for a Simon Keane or a Josh Clarkson, who are slow in pace, they can utilize some of their off cutters and some of their leg cutters just as surprise deliveries to get that extra grip, turn and bounce as well.
Yeah, they'll be trying all those things for the next 7 overs and 5 balls, after which the second new ball becomes available. And no doubt we'll see Matt Fisher roaring in then to try and wrap up this innings alongside Zach Fuchs.
Hasn't bowled for a bit, Matt Fisher. You compare that to what Tristan Lees and Tsepomoreki had to do. They're preserving the freshness of their big fast bowler. Making sure you don't overwork him for the series. He's already played 2 of the 50 over games. He's taken mountains wickets in this particular match. The other bowlers, they playing their fair share though. So New Zealand, they don't need to depend solely on the services of Matt Fisher. Gonna come back for 2 runs. Simon Keane playing for the first time in the New Zealand A colours will be happy with his work that he's produced over both the 50 over and now this game. Only bowled 3 overs in that first innings. He's currently on his 8th. His batting, though, counted valuable. They were already on a lot of runs in New Zealand, but he added 44 more from just 24 deliveries. So a very handy all-rounder. And from what you've seen, his batting showcasing more here than his bowling. 266 for 6 after 73.
Lovely Simon. Dale.
Dale Phillips is loving this bowling lark. Bowling his 8th over now. He's taken 1 for 11. Done a very good job in tandem with Simon Keane. They've really stopped any thought of South Africa A winning this game. They're still 232 runs adrift of their target. Only 49 overs left to be bowled today. We won't get all of those.
Nice, Dale. Lovely Dale.
Love the fact that New Zealand are still backing up their bowler. They're still chattering. They're still loud. 4 wickets behind. There was never really a time where they were fully behind in the game. Ever since winning the toss and choosing to bat first, every part of the game, they've been at the right time, at the right point. Their spinners are working when the ball is spinning the most. Yesterday, their pacers were working when it was the most gloomiest. And their batters batted when it was the flattest.
He's Dale.
Slight opportunity for Joe Carter. They really think they had it. Good hit from Kashile.
Dale.
That would have been quite a catch if Carter had snapped that one up.
Oh! Nice Dale. Dale. I was creeping with Dale. That's a leave all day.
Never really a chance, was there?
No, it bounced well before him.
Oh! Dale.
Putting in the work, Dale Phillips.
Dale.
Snesamba Kashile is still out there. And he's going to need to be out there until the very end. It's 266 for 6.
Come on, Eddie.
Yeah, you can imagine these two being able to save the game. Kashile obviously is a proper batsman. He can do it. Skulk Ingbert's got a good technique and a lot of ability with the bat as well. So an important partnership this still.
Coach Mandla Mashipi had good trust in Skalk Engelbrecht, which is why he kept him in the team, kept him working. Now with the change of the coaching staff, it's new management. When you look at his record, it's still pretty thin. Hasn't played a lot, and in the games that he's played, there's nothing stand out. Oh, here's 100 and big. Here's a fifer and economy. Here's this, here's that. But what he's showing here in this game is that despite going in the first innings, he can come back and bowl well, which he did. And he did bowl excellently as well. So he's also trying to prove himself to his new coach. And he has to deal with Daddy Ashok, who, despite being expensive, has a lot of tricks that work with lower order batters.
He's potentially got 3 overs before the second new ball.
And so it's a good time for Skalk Engelbrecht to show that I'm good for the 4-day game as well. I want to play 4-day cricket. Here's what I can do. And gets a first couple of games before the 4-day series, gets a break for the T20s.
In terms of Titans selection, it's definitely an advantage, as you talked about earlier in Pendula, that he's playing. He's played a 4-day match. He might have played 2 4-day matches by the time the domestic season starts. So he's got a head start. He's bowled quite a few overs.
Tsapondwando's teammates already have gotten 9 wickets in the match. Ooh, he gets done by a wonderful ball from Ashok. Nothing from the bat.
Super length at drawing Engelbrecht forward, but he couldn't get to it. And just re-tightens, I would say Tsepo and Dwan were clearly the first choice spinner in red ball cricket for the Titans. But when two spinners are required, Engelbrecht with his batting ability as well could well get the nod.
No real solid right arm off spinner for the Titans either. Ooh, gets a leading edge, drawn to the stroke by Adi Ashok. Such a valuable bowler to the lower order. That's what he did yesterday, cleaned them up very nicely. Gets 2 runs to end the over. 268 for 2. For 6.
Yeah, the other main spinner in the Titans squad is Junaid Dawood, a leg spinner, but he's had more success in white ball cricket. I would suggest that where he's most likely to get his chance.
Because the other part-time bowling option is Neil Brunt, who's a left-arm spinner. You have Devald Brevis, whom his availability might lessen given his now staying power in the Proteas. He comes in with right-arm leggies. So Titans don't have a right-arm off spinner. And that's a glaring opportunity for Skalk Engelbrecht to climb into as the season is about to start.
Oh, yeah. That's out.
Dale Phillips showing his hand to Auckland that he too can become a part-time bowler, doesn't have to just do it in the field and with the bat.
Down. Good. Good. Eddie. Eddie. Nice down. Nice, Eddie.
And I think because we don't
Good day, though.
give much coverage to the domestic scene, all the attention of cricket goes to the international games and the big domestic leagues.
Oh, Diesel.
Kept dirtily low, that from Dale Phillips.
Down.
Made worse by Krishela going back though. If we can just see where this pitch is. Fancy he could have been forward.
Diesel.
Clearly going onto the back foot to keep the ball at bay. It's what they've been doing. It's how Rivaldo Monsami lost his wicket actually. Going onto that back foot to a googly by Adi Ashok. So Kashila's bat is hounded by New Zealand shirts.
Carter has put himself as another catcher at leg slip.
Dale, lovely. Lovely Dale.
So 4 fielders round the bat plus the wicket keeper.
Lovely Dale.
This is pressure for Sinutemba Krishela. Dale Phillips gets the sort of field setting he could only dream about previously.
He's earned the rights for such pressure to be exerted on Kashila because he's been controlling it really well. And Kashila,
Brilliant, Clarky.
to be very honest, has handled it very maturely. Hasn't given them any opportunities. Maiden overs mean nothing right now. So long as it's a maiden that doesn't have a wicket, South Africa have a smile. And New Zealand worry that they won't be able to clean out the 10 wickets needed. It's 268 for 6.
Yeah, that second figure, the only one that counts now. New Zealand 4 wickets away from victory and 4 overs away from the second new ball, which is going to be very important for them, no doubt.
Adi Ashok. Oi, gets it right up there. Nice and full.
Yeah, Krishela looks pretty solid. He's looking comfortable, but Engelbrecht against the leg spinner reaching for deliveries, trying to hit that leg side. Scott Kegelbrecht wouldn't have faced, I don't think, that much quality leg spin because it's just rare, isn't it?
Even in his home team, the Titans, it's only Dewald Brevis who could say has the competence of leg spin. Other than that, no one really who can push and help, because Junaid Dawood last season was playing for the Lions, so he wasn't a Titans player. And he's one of the very few, Junaid Dawood, especially when we're looking at the young guys. Sean van Berg, he's going to turn 39 this season. And he was the leading wicket taker in the 4-day series last season. But you can't say you're looking at the future and place hopes on a 39-year-old. Despite how excellent he's been over the past couple of seasons, Sean van Berg eventually getting a match against New Zealand last year. But when you look down on the list, Ngaba Peter, Caleb Selega, and we're looking at below 30-year-olds, so Tebrace Chamsi doesn't qualify. Apart from that, who else do you add on to the list? Because even Thomas Kaba has surpassed his 30s.
Yeah, and even in white ball cricket, wrist spinners seem to be being overlooked again. Teams going a lot more with left arm orthodox spin. Also challenges both edges of the bat. I always like to see wrist spinners featuring. And Aditya Ashok, he's bowled well in this game. He has been a bit expensive, sure, but he's definitely added something to this attack.
He's taken 3 wickets in the first innings. He's taken 2 in the second. Bowled brilliantly, 3 for 56. Now, Glenn Phillips getting a bit of expense. It's driven well for 4 by Snetsamba Krishile. Just over pitches, Dale Phillips. No one is standing at the mid-off or at the long off, so it's going to run away for 4.
Oh!
Look at the sea of white.
One of the wonderful sights in red ball cricket.
Snetsamba Krishile can't risk hitting the ball aerially, so he drives it down the ground. Another good shot from the wicketkeeper batter. It's going to go for 4 once more.
This is what I mean about the difference between Krishile and Moonsamy, who got out. That scoring opportunity presented itself. Nothing risky, just punches it down the ground, but there's intent there to score. He didn't just pat a full toss straight to a fielder.
A 50 would count good here for Krishile, especially as we're going to go to the second game. The West Indies just missed out ever so slightly in that first game where he got 48. This was after this 100 he scored in the 50 over games. So that's a very solid defense. And it needs to be solid because it can't pop up. If it does, that's the end of his day.
Oh, Dale, lovely there.
It's going to be a slow slog for the next couple of hours as South Africa are looking to survive. Runs are no longer a question. A maiden over is just another regular over right now. But that took 8 runs from Snetsamba Krishile with 2 boundaries. It's 276 for 6.
And with 2 spinners operating, we're going to make the second new ball well before the tea break. So New Zealand A will have a decent bite with it before tea. And also another go after tea. Coming up to 40 minutes before tea, so that's, say, 7 or 8 overs. They might not even take it immediately, actually. They might keep the spinners on a little bit longer.
It wouldn't be a surprise with the way that the ball is moving around for them and it's getting some good grip. The reason why they're getting hit for runs is because of poor bowling within their good overs that get them wickets, then the poor balls get them hit for 4s. In the previous over, we saw Dale Phillips bowl some full tosses that got hit.
I like that length that Ashok bowled there.
Oh, got him! Sets him up. A superb leg spinner that got the outer edge of the bat, and he returns with a stunning googly. That off stump is bending backwards, and it's Skalk Engelbrecht who has been toppled. It's to 676 for 7.
Yeah, Ashok finds a good length here again, drawing the batsman forward, and because he's just reaching for it a bit, there's a gate, and Ashok sends the googly through that gate. Beautiful bowling by the young leg spinner. And a big blow with just 3 wickets remaining, the second new ball imminent. And yeah, Tristan Lewis can bat a bit, but he's more of a hitter than a guy who can occupy the crease. And then we've got two bowlers to come in. They're gutsy with the bat, tenacious.
But Ashok will be wanting to be bowling to them because he can do that. We saw him doing it to Tsapamureke yesterday. He is a new victim. Skalk Engelbrecht was looking decent in his survival quest. That quest comes to a close. It's closed abruptly by Adi Ashok. And now that he has to can bowl to Tristan Lees, if Tristan Lees plays his natural game of trying to go big, that's exactly what Adi Ashok wants. And he's going to fall right into the arc of his wicket taking.
So Skalk Engelbrecht was there for just over half an hour, faced 28 balls, bowled by Ashok for 6.
Tristan Lees, another exciting prospect for the South African camp. It's a good show that even if you're a big fast bowler, you must find time to work on your batsmanship. Even if it means you learn how to survive or you learn how to close your eyes and slog, because now you're going to be put into situations like these. 20-year-old Tristan Lees now. Oh, he'll be counting his lucky grass there. Ball spinning and bouncing over the stumps.
Same as the Engelbrecht dismissal. Stretching forward, leaving a gate. And Ashok went straight through it. Beautiful bowling.
Doesn't even waste time, Adi Ashok. It's the length you were speaking about from the very first ball, Ken, that you like, that he's found that length. He's making it work now. And the variation of his pace, the variation of his trajectory is also so key. And he has one more ball remaining. Ashok, successful. He gets the wicket of Skakango Bracht. He's now on 3 for 84. South Africa have 3 wickets remaining. It's not looking good. It's not looking peachy. Gers Maloney will continue with us, telling us the story as we have a change in commentary. Snesemba Kleshile can reach a mini milestone here, getting a 50. But what he wants is not to lose his wickets. That's the end goal for where he is with the game situation. His value right now is, can I preserve that wicket of mine?
Thank you, Pendulo. Long time ago, in a time far away, there was hope. When 2 batters were together, it was almost like they saw light at the end of the tunnel. But then the Black Caps arrived and picked up a couple of wickets and derailed the plans completely, and looks like they'll be taking victory in this game.
It's only a matter of time, really. If they get a couple of wickets before tea, which is going to be at 3, tea is 35 minutes away from now. If they get 2 more wickets from now, they can call for an extension and bring an early closure to the game.
Yeah, it's a 30-minute extension they can ask for. So that means they can finish up as left arm of Lennox is going to go into Kleshile, who's got to face the majority of the deliveries remaining in the day.
It's going to be a huge task given how much movement Adi Ashok is giving now. Ashok has already gotten Kleshile, so he'll believe that he can get him again.
Yeah, I can just see the way they're bowling as well. It's nothing's going to stray from this line. They're attacking the stumps. You miss, I hit. LBW comes into play. They got 2 slips, silly catching. Talking about it, that man just got nearly hit. Very short movie, flashing before his eyes. Oh, this one inside part of the bat, very nearly sneaking through.
Now the issue is that the overs are going to rotate very quickly. There's not going to be time to think and time to get your head back. Lennox one side, Ashok the other. And so, by the time you're trying to breathe, every single ball will have at least 5 fielders surrounding you, and it will not stop until the very end.
Oh, look at that. Caught on one knee, everyone else hands on heads. That's the end of the over. 80 gone. A new ball can be taken, and I'll be tempted to give it to the spinners. In all fairness, a little bit harder, more quick turn, a little bit of grip on that seam, bit more bounce. All of a sudden, we'll bring 1 or 2 of those short catchings into play.
And it's a strategy that worked brilliantly for South Africa. Skakango Bracht and Tsepo Ndwandwe in that second innings didn't even take 10 overs for that new ball to be handed to them. Tsepo Ndwandwe in the first innings got the new ball right at the beginning. That's when he started getting more of his wickets as well. So it wouldn't be a shocker if Joe Carter tries the strategy of the new ball to the spinners.
Even if it's for an over or 2, just to really get Fisher going and Falks loose.
But also, Ashok has been looking like he's going to clear everything up.
That's what I'm saying. Give him a new ball. Give him something with a bit of quicker turn, more seam presentation. Leggies normally like bowling with a newer ball.
Does that then not challenge the notion of giving away a ball which is old and has more grip, thus can spin a bit more.
Maybe, but it will be slower turn than with the new ball. New ball will give you a bit quicker turn. You've got a tall man like Lees there.
Oh!
It is a wicket time for the Black Caps. Once again, it is that man, Adi Ashok, that strikes again. It's his fourth. Great catch. Look, they just floated it up to Tristan Lees, Pendulo.
Just hung in the air. That looked unimaginably soft. Even the appeal was soft from New Zealand. Regulatory catch for Adi Ashok. Deserves to get 5 wickets if he does get there. He's taken 4 so far. Just came in and he has been a shocker to the lower order batters. And it's no surprise. His tricks, his skills, a little bit too much in the first innings for the lower order. And it seems like it will be a little bit too much for the lower order in the second innings.
Yeah, it was a bit too much for one or two of the top order batters as well. And Jordan Herman falling the very first delivery today kind of set up his day. And then they took a liking to him, smashed him around a bit, Ackerman, and took a liking to him in particular.
But then he strikes and strikes and strikes and gets the wicket of Tristan Lees. Now fully into the bottom order. He did Tsepa Moreki with an insane googly. A setup of 4 deliveries by Adi Ashok, which included Moreki hitting him over the long on boundary for 6. It was the next ball that spun the other way and took out his bails. Here he is now at number 10. And he needs to assist Snesamba Kreshile here to firstly at least get to tea.
Well, that would be why that conversation has taken quite a while. I want to see how much time they can use until Tsepa Moreki has to face. But New Zealand not even in a hurry to hurry him along. 1 more wicket here. They can ask for 30 minutes. Adi Ashok picked up 3 wickets in the first innings as well. So he's on 7 for the match. Nice. You've got to feel his fibre is around the corner the way he's bowling. And he's just going to toss it up to the number 10.
The thing is, Moreki will be there batting wary of the one that will spin backwards. But if he hits the correct line where when it spins away, it gives the outside edge a problem. If it spins in, it gives the stumps a problem. Moreki won't know what to defend.
That's the one you're talking about. That was a regulation leggy. So if it pitch would have turned away, and if you can use that same line for a wrong one, they feel they can go through the gap.
Normally just pulls the length slightly back as well, so that the batter reaches for it.
All goes on the back foot. That was hit firmly into the ground. The shout of catches was very optimistic. That's the end of the over. It's a maiden wicket for Ashok. 81 overs gone. 276 for the loss of 8.
Just so long as you keep Skleshile off strike, you can keep relying on the old ball to keep working.
Yes, 3 o'clock looks far, far away, doesn't it? Another half an hour. And hey, very interested in that conversation that they just had. Most likely did not speak in English. Pendulo?
Yes, Skleshile, Mxhosa, Tsepa Moreki coming from KZN, Zulu. Quite similar languages, so they can speak in their mother tongues and understand each other. Not particularly sure if the New Zealanders can pick that up.
This one, he just floated up nicely. He's just inviting that drive. And that man, that's in the silly cover there. Oh, luckily he's got shin guards on, but the rest of his body's pretty exposed.
The thing is here, Gert, Snetsa Maklashile has not looked troubled. He is not troubled. That is the honest truth. But the only thing that's just hanging on his shoulder is the amount of wickets that are falling on the opposite end. That's Snetsa Maklashile's issue.
Looks like the new ball's being taken. It's been given to Lennox. He had 2 deliveries there and he said, hold on, I need a bit of seam, I need a bit of grip. So new ball taken. This will change the complexity a tad. And you can see Lennox just looking around to his captain and saying, I told you. Let me open the bowling from now on.
Awesome delivery. Snetsa Maklashile felt like he had to engage with the ball. Straightened up sharply.
Big chase is on here. They might even let that one just dribble into the fence. Nope. They are putting all efforts in. That's Rees Marui. Went there. Was it given as 4? That was a bit harsh, I feel. Had a fantastic effort there.
From the onset, it looked clean from Rees Mariu. It's a clean stop from Rees Mariu.
So a bit hard undone by after all that work. And oh, this one is swept again. This time not even running. Another big chase is on. Is this one going to be stopped? Yes, it is. Again, before the cushion. Let's wait for the call of the umpire. This time, I'm more than happy.
Guess the New Zealanders don't mind. They didn't mind keeping him there.
And clever batting. They only took the 1. That means that Tepa Moreke only has to survive 1 delivery from Lennox. Then Kashile will keep strike.
So it's going to be tight here for Tepa Moreke.
Just a change in field. That man at 45 coming in for that little bit of a lap. Nearly worked. Caught himself. Now having a bit of a jog. And the run was declined. I actually feel there was 2 there, but Kashile says, let me say, conserve my energy. And I'll save myself this end for the strike.
It's a fortuitous 4 for South Africa and Kashile. And it's 5 runs in the over. I think it would have been interesting to... This is going to be what's interesting. Seeing Adi Ashok with that new ball in his hand, because he has been by far the threatening of the 2 spinners. Has gotten 4 wickets already.
Just get a feeling that he's done this in T20s. He knows how to use that new ball. He's on 4.
Just 23 years old. Adi Ashok celebrated his birthday just before the start of this match on the 5th. He's only played 2 one-days and 1 T20 for New Zealand, so New Zealand are looking at him as well.
Lovely leggy there. Bit of turn, bit of purchase. That's what the new ball will do. It just gives you a little bit of quicker turn. Gives you the tendency of just not playing with soft hands, maybe throw the wrist at it a little bit. Oh, what a lovely delivery. Pitching on off and Kashile thinking it's a wrong one.
And he'll keep thinking about that wrong one being there. And the thing is now, the outside edge is not just a slip, it's 2 slips that he needs to worry about.
This time it's pulled away. It's one of the few short deliveries that Ashok has bowled. He's bowled a couple of fullies. There's a forfer for Kashile.
Pulled away very nicely. Not a good delivery from Adi Ashok. It's what you're going to expect every now and then. Just dropping it so short, you can just see that the release was not good enough. And it's going to go for 4 for Kashile. There's only one T20 game Adi Ashok played versus the UAE.
Oh, Kashile deciding that, hold on, there's a bit of a scoop opportunity. And I can very hurriedly walk through for a single. That means that Tsepo Mareke only has to face one delivery. Clever batting. Clever batting. When he sets up, I saw him setting up at right in front of the stumps. So now the discussion will be on. Where will they bowl? Will it be the wrong and will it be the leggy?
And he can try out a variety of options here, Adi Ashok. Knowing very well that there's no pressure on him. All he needs to do is to just try out whatever needs to work and get that final or get that wicket that will get him to his fifer. New Zealand need 2 more. 286 for 8.
And the time is nearly 20 to 3. Another 20 minutes to tea. So far, the spinners are giving them opportunities. They might have a burst just before tea with a seamer. Especially Fisher. He's caused some problems with those lovely Yorkers that we know he can fire in. Just ask Rivaldo Munsami and Tristan Lees. Oh, Kashile says, hold on. A new ball, if it just get a little bit of elevation, it's going to go and it's a forfer.
Those are the advantages of that new ball. It will leave that bat like lightning and it will skim across the outfield. Just goes big and unafraid to take it on. Maybe looking to remove some of the pressure around the bat by hitting the ball over the top. He's going to have to do that a lot more.
And New Zealand very cleverly realized that he's not going to take the quick single. He's not, even if they set the field out and protect the boundary, it doesn't matter. He's going to stay on strike until the 5th or 6th delivery. Give Tsepo Mareke 1 to deal with. Oh, went for it again. This time it looks like he picked out Lister. Or was that Clarkson? Looks like Josh Clarkson there.
New Zealand will be starting off with their 50-over competition. It's not too far away for them as well, the Ford Trophy. Starting in a month's time. Then they're going to go to that 4-day series. But for them, it's preparation for the 1-day games that will be coming.
Oh, and this is it. It's wicket time. Kashile wanting to get the single of the 4th delivery. He swept it right into that man at Backhood Silly. And what a catch off the chest that was.
Absolutely ridiculous reflexes. It's an insane catch. He had to take it twice in order for it to grab, and it was an intentional shot. Popped up. Simon Keane has been really good at the short extra covers. He's been diving his life away. And the quickest of reflexes to grab an all-important catch. And a catch that possibly seals the victory for New Zealand, removing the final recognized batter in Sinathemba Qoshile.
Well, that wicket, we might see some fun now. Might feel that Tepu Moreki, being the senior batter out there, might just have one or two words in Dwan and say, listen, it's not our job to really save this matchup. Let's go have a bit of fun. Lennox picking up his very first wicket, and he's deserved it. He's bowled well, and credit to the captain as well, giving the spinners the new ball.
It's an insane catch, that from Simon Keane. It's hit straight onto him, and the fact that he was able to keep his balance, keep his shape, keep his eyes on the ball right until the very end, because the mere fact that he got his hands to the ball initially is insane enough, because normally with those ones it ricochets on your parts of your body, then you grab it. He was alive for it right until the very end. A fielder's wicket from Simon Keane, and it's one more to go for New Zealand A.
Fantastic catch.
Kenny doesn't have as much muscle on him to like take the blows though. Just because you're like isosceles, bro.
Just giving some reasons why he moved so quickly.
It's all of that muscle.
Oh, he very nearly was in business again, wasn't he?
It's good bounce, that from Jaden Lennox. It's a great overthrow him as well. Finally gets a wicket. He's been toiling hard. It's 290 for 9. New Zealand need one more, with T being 15 minutes away.
I think the 30 minutes will be enforced here because they can close out the game early. It'll be interesting to see if these two can last the 15 minutes. With Adi Ashok still needing one for his fiver. He really deserves it. He's been a handful.
Especially after he completed his 10th over. He was quite expensive.
As I said, I don't think these two are going to hang around too much. Again, just look at the effort. Fantastic work done. Just making sure that it's that they run the runs. It's 2 for Tepu Moreki, getting him off the mark. In search of that 200 sticks still required to win.
He had conceded 68 runs by over number 10, Adi Ashok, for 1 wicket. He was going at nearly 7. Such was the batting of Marcus Ackerman, Jordan Herman, at the top of the order alongside Zubair Hamza.
Another full toss, gently floated up. This was Kent's point earlier with Rivaldo Munsami. He was just knocking those to the fielders, just relieving a bit of pressure. But Tepu Moreki doing well. He's his first boundary for the day.
It's a good hit from Moreki. Whipping those wrists, finding that gap, still trying to get runs here. It's a dire situation still, though. And remember yesterday, just before he lost his wicket, he got a clean connection to Adi Ashok, going for 6 runs. That was a beautiful hit. But it was the ball afterwards that was even prettier from Adi Ashok, stunning the stumps of Moreki.
Oh, dangerous going back. Very well played in the end. But yeah, it was. It took a liking to him, smacked him for 1, and then all of a sudden he just went through the gate again.
He's taken 6 runs from the over here.
Oh, and he's going to take a bit more. The new ball rolling away. It'll be at least 2, might even be 4. Yes, it is. Oh, Tepu Moreki will probably have a chat with the umpire there. Say, I smacked that one. How can you give me leg buys?
South Africa crossed 300 with those leg byes. That's something that can look and be positive with going into the next match. But still, they will look at it and say that they lost by an X amount of runs once all is said and done.
Yeah, the run chase also looking a bit better. They are under the 200 now. These two only need to get 198 between Tsepo and Ndwandwe. Look at that. Ndwandwe says, hold on. I'm going to have a bit of a go. Not just going to toss it up and get away with it.
No point in holding back, really. Really no point. You said, Gert, that we were about to witness a lot of fun with Murek and Ndwandwe down there, number 10 and number 11. That's why they're not going to hold back. The ball is there, is going to be hit. If it's not, it's still going to be hit.
Actually, a nice looking shot there by Ndwandwe. After the 4, just caressing it into the covers. Hey, just asking him, why are you only batting now? Here's another go. Is it a better connection? No, it is another forfer. Ndwandwe says we need to up the strike rate if we want to get to that 190.
At the end of the day, number 10s and number 11, sometimes they can bat. It's just that they can't bat to the skill level of the bowling that's being exhibited. How often do you see a professional bowler go in and score 50, score big runs in club cricket?
Look at that one, smacking Lennox. Even he's looking down the pitch and asking, did they change around the batting order? What's going on here? You mentioned club cricket. We used to do that a few times.
At the end of the day, he didn't have problems with Lennox anyway yesterday, Tsepo Ndwandwe, because they are of the same. They are both left arm spinners. And that was an arm ball from Jaden Lennox even. And for him to be comfortable to just hit it through the line, he was never bothered about what the ball is going to do.
Gotta feel that Matt Fisher's probably warming up somewhere.
Yes!
And as I say that and singing his praises, Ndwandwe goes for a big slog sweep. Wanted to make it 4 in the over. Missing it completely, and that is it. Scheduled play, still 10 minutes to go to tea. New Zealand has wrapped it up and win by 190 runs.
Fantastic win for New Zealand. They'll be going and being positive going into the second game on Sunday at Willowmore Park. But an all-round great performance for New Zealand, who will take the victory in the first game. It's the momentum of winning that last 50 over game, and that confidence of their scoring showcased in that first innings. And so, they are the victors of what was almost a fascinating game that New Zealand remembered they were at the top of, and they closed the show beautifully.
It's a fantastic game that we witnessed right till the end. But a seesaw, not a great first innings by SAA. And then all of a sudden the fight back. And how important becomes that 20 overs that they decided to bat? Winning by 188 runs. Congratulations to New Zealand, Taking a lot of comfort going into Willowmore Park. Please stay with us. We still got the post-match presentations to do as well. Fascinating game. Willowmore Park. This Sunday. Start of day 1. Couple of changes will be rung by both teams. See what they've got in the arsenal. It was that first inning score of over 600 that did it for New Zealand. SAA playing catch-up from the get-go. So congratulations to New Zealand, SAA put up a fight. But well played to New Zealand, Thank you very much for joining us. Stick around. We still have got the post-match presentation coming up as well. Thank you to the production team. Thank you to Ken Borland Pendulo Makubane will be the one that's going to do the presentation for myself, Gert Maloney. Have yourself a blessed day, a blessed week, and we will see you in Willamore Park for the second unofficial test match between these two of New Zealand A and SAA. Have yourself a great week further.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 days of cricket, it comes to a close after 2 sessions of day number 4. New Zealand, a dominating performance both with bat and ball, sees them win the match right at the very end. A valiant fight by some of the players, and I'd like the players to give themselves a round of applause, and for the people here, they really played well. It was such a really good game of cricket, gentlemen. Thank you so much for the game of cricket. And in the game that we did have, we had a couple of standout performers. Dale Phillips scoring a beautiful 103, following up his 50-over century. Tsepo Ndwandwe coming in and bowling a marathon innings, taking 7 for 206. Another performances coming through, a couple of 50s from Jordan Herman in both innings, but it was one man who came in with the bat and took the game away. A 230-run partnership starting off with Dale Phillips at the top and then with Joe Carter adding on another 150 runs. He went on to break his own personal high score of 240, getting to 249, and it was at the brink of the highest score ever by a New Zealand A player. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the second leading run scorer from last year's Plunkett Shield. It is 249 from Reece Murray, our man of the match. Congratulations. Awesome. Reese had a difficult time with the 50 over, didn't see those performances come through. What was the change in mindset now coming into the 4-day series?
I think nothing major, just making sure that things are going to click, not trying to change anything and not trying to panic or anything. Yeah.
Played brilliantly in the Plunkett Shield last season, a couple of runs short of being the top run scorer. What's the ambition with the way you've played now going into Benoni as well?
I think it's just the same stuff. I think I think that was probably the perfect sort of format that we played out there. If we can keep that blueprint, it's probably going to be a good result in Benoni, hopefully.
Any jitters going to the 250? Would have been your first time in pro cricket?
Nah, probably not at that point. Just, trying to get the next run. Yeah.
Reese, wonderful cricket. Thank you for entertaining us. All the best for Willowmore Park. Ladies and gentlemen, Reese Mario. I'd like now to call Marcus Ackerman, the captain of South Africa. Marcus, tough one. Started off from the toss, so New Zealand winning it. How much of a factor was that? And just give us an overall view of the match from your perspective and South Africa A.
Yeah, look, the toss obviously played a big role. Obviously had the better conditions in the first innings, but in saying that, they batted really nicely. They didn't give us anything. And we had to play catch-up cricket pretty much from day one, which was tough. Obviously, there was some really good standout performances from our boys, some of them. But, we were outplayed with the bat and ball, which was, credit goes to them.
Today, there were some hints that maybe it might be gettable with the way you guys were attacking from the start. What was the game plan coming into this final day with such a mammoth total still lingering?
Yeah, look, we were trying to see if we can get close. We were going to just assess at lunch and at tea, but unfortunately we just kept losing wickets and it was a big score to chase.
What are we looking forward to going to Willowmore Park on Sunday?
Yeah, look, we'll reassess tomorrow, take a few days off, and it's not over for us just yet. And just better performance from us come Benoni.
I just want to ask for one question with you. That first innings, that scoop shot, you were playing them so brilliantly. What happened in the second innings when you got that dismissal?
I just ran out of options, to be honest. But sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, to be honest.
Fantastic. Awesome batting. Thank you so much, Marcus Ackerman, captain of South Africa A. And then to close it off, Joe Carter, captain of New Zealand A, the winning team. Joe, fantastic work.
Cheers.
Won the toss. You said you want to keep it simple. Please give us a feedback on what you thought of the game as a whole from start to finish.
Obviously I think we started really well, and we dragged that out as far as we could, trying to make the most of batting first. Some obviously very crucial knocks for us to set the game up, so from there was challenges against very strong batting lineup as well, and I thought our bowlers worked really well on a tough surface to bowl on, so it was just about finding a way, and it's good that we did.
Fantastic work. 607 looked like a total where most teams would only bat once. What prompted you and the team to go out there and bat for the second time?
We just felt like the bowlers had a good run in before, and we wanted to just freshen them up a little bit. So that was the main reason, yeah.
So what style and what game are we going to expect from you guys going into Benoni now?
I think it'll be similar stuff. We're just trying to play what's in front of us with the conditions and the players we're facing. So it's sort of being prepared, but working it out on the go as well.
Wonderful. Excited to see what brand of cricket you're going to give us. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Carter. Congratulations to New Zealand A winning the first of the 2 unofficial test matches here in Potchefstroom. We now head on to Willowmore Park in Benoni on Sunday for the second game, where we will see which team will lift the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. See you again on Sunday.